Nice. Starting directly without starting screen, guys. I got one. I got blast. Nini with the first, look at that. Sniped. Okay. So I want to go through some more stuff today and see if I can, like, you know, maybe figure out some more stuff, maybe think about builds a little bit and so on. Do we have like any other like teasers maybe on like Twitter? They usually post stuff there. At least this here as well as the press kit. Okay. So many subs. Thank you guys. Carblast and Fake Blood. Appreciate that. Hello Marco. And Roos. I think I want to check maybe if we can also put together like something like a preliminary plan already for like a build I might want to make. So let's see this. Yes.
Hello, sir.
It's naughty. Thank you so for 3 months. Appreciate that. Well, we don't have Huntress in the planner yet, so I guess it's gonna take a ranger. For now. Let's see a little bit what they'll do here. Do they have spears? I actually do have some. All kind of like notable and fake thingies, but I don't know, let's just put this there. Helix spear, for example. 2 sockets. I don't really care that much about like, you know, making a gear now and stuff, but while they're at it, I guess let's just do this. You can actually get like such high rolls of a lot of stuff, man, that's crazy. Can you look at this? I wonder if we can actually go for something like a crit build. 5% crit chance, 39 crit. Just need to make some items so we can actually save this. Guess we'll see what we'll make out of this exactly. Yeah, the skills. Also, there's like this unique here, right? This was like an ignite thing. Bleeding and aggravating bleeding. So aggravating bleeding, I think, makes it always count as moving and double damage or something, and bleed out twice as fast. Something like that, I believe. I should maybe check that actually, what it does exactly. Does Maxwell have the updated tree? No, there's no, you know, patch or data mine or anything, so until then we can't do anything. Although there is something here. Will Ourbots be back with the new Merc Ascendancy? Well, the new Merc Ascendancy definitely seems pretty team focused. Is that good enough? I don't know. I have not really explored the options of making Ourbots. You should probably ask like Snap or something, because he always makes like group stuff with MP and so on. You watch this interview? What's that? Holy.
Dawn of the Hunt is
Making it for under 100 million. The impact of Dawn of the Hunt. 20 hours ago. Okay. No, you can check that out actually. Okay. Actually sounds crazy. Some folks in this stream assuming I became rich overnight after maximum acquisition. Yeah, I already bought an island in the Bahamas. And this is probably like one of my last streams ever. So I'm basically just here to say goodbye, guys. I'm going to get my Lumbos over there. With a bunch of quadricopters. I mean, like the Maxwell acquisition doesn't have anything to do with me, really. So. Yo, Owen, thanks so much, by the way. What patch is that? If 0.2 is on the 4th? Yeah, that's the patch 0.2.0. What do you mean? Check something real quick. But you can actually watch this video, so let's see it.
Releasing on April 4th at 12 p.m. Path of Exile 2 Dawn of the Hunt is releasing on April 4th at 12 p.m. Pacific Time on PC and console, and I can't wait. As part of its release, they did a little bit of a press tour, and I got to sit down with Jonathan Rogers to ask him about how Path of Exile 2 is doing. I've included that interview at the start, but in addition, we also had a roundtable that I am able to include as well. A huge thank you to Grinding Gear Games. I am very excited about Dawn of the Hunt, so if you haven't watched the presentation yet, I'll be sure to upload that on the channel, and you'll probably want to check it out. That said, let's hear what he had to say. How have you been? It's been a while.
Yeah, well, you know, like I'm doing all right. It's obviously, you know, once again another push to get to you know, the Huntress out, but you know, like it certainly was not nearly as crazy as the crunch period that we had for early access. So yeah. You know, that's been a lot better.
I hope I added a little levity in chat today. It was all super serious, so yeah. So Path of Exile 2 came out. I put like 200 hours into it. It was the last thing that I did at IGN. I really had a good time with it. Really liked it. Reviewed it on my personal channel. Highly recommend people get in for early access. There's some stuff at Endgame that we'll get to in a little bit that I didn't love, but you're about to have a big launch, a big new release, and I'm curious.
I just need to check some setting right now, guys. So give me a second.
What was the one thing you were like, I really wish we would have caught that before initial launch?
Well, I would say that the thing that probably was most sad for me was that the first time someone played the Pinnacle boss, they killed it in like 14 seconds. And like, okay, like, you know, like we knew obviously people would find broken stuff. But it was kind of sad that all that stuff was found before the point when people kind of got to the in-game bosses and you know and
what you already said in the live stream.
So that's been like a big thing. You know, in the presentation, we're mostly talking about new content and features, but probably one of the largest things that we didn't talk about is there's a full game rebalance in there, and the hope is that we'll be able to get to a point where you know, it feels much more reasonable. You know, we still want players to be able to become really broken and crazy, but at the same time, there needs to be a level of earning it. Right? Like the first time you play a Pinnacle boss, you should be, you know, it should be a protracted battle that takes you 3 or 4 minutes. And then, you know, you kill the boss, you get the loot, you know, you get better and better. And then sure, by the time you're done with your character, it's 14 seconds to kill it, but certainly not the first time you get there, you know?
Totally get it. Yeah. I do like melting bosses though. So
for sure. Sure. I mean, look, everyone does, but the thing is, as I said, you got to earn it, right? And like, you should get that experience many times as you go through the game. Like, you have the thing where you, you know, you get a new itemization level, you know, you start melting bosses, but then there's another challenge beyond that then ramps up the difficulty again. And so it's getting that curve right. And it is something that is incredibly difficult to get right first time in a game where you're talking about putting 100 hours into it before you even see those kinds of problems. Because you know, it's like obviously during testing, it's like when I'm not playing 100 hours into every testing character I make, right? It's like very hard to actually be able to assess that stuff. So you do need players to be able to see that sort of thing.
You are about to release a substantial update to Path of Exile.
Jonathan said it's 65% chance 2025 is full release. Yeah, and if you then multiply this by like the Jonathan optimism, you know, copium meter, it's more like a 10% chance in the end, right? Oh man. They changed their mind on it being required for the game to be finished before official release. Yeah. I mean, if they don't actually intend to bring at least all the classes into the game, they could probably like push out 1.0 earlier. But on the other hand, I mean, what's the reason to do that exactly? Right? They can just stay in early access. They have like all the freedom and to make mistakes and be slow and whatever. And then at some point when they're actually done and then they have the last classes, they then can like drop 1.0 and it's gonna be big, you know, millions of people and whatever. So I would rather just wait for that, basically. Well, at the very least, I would bring like the final last classes in the 1.0 patch or so. So I think this is really what I should do. Is there Citadel? Is there an advantage of doing Citadel +4? You mean like the boss difficulty? No. If you're like unsure if you can do the bosses, you should unspec the boss nodes for the Citadels and rather just run a juiced up Waystone instead. When's wudijoing? Maybe you can do something like that. The funny thing is, game is never finished. Yeah, I mean, finished in the sense of, you know, the 1.0 scope, at least, right? So this is probably what you mean. And, you know, originally when they announced it, they said, okay, it's going to be 100 bosses, it's going to be 12 classes, it's going to be, you know, whatever, 6 acts. Like, you know, this is kind of like the outline of the game, right? So, in order to, like, finish it, basically, for at least the launch finish, they would have to bring all that if they really wanted to, like, stick to that at least. But, I mean, maybe they just don't have to, you know, maybe it's fine to just launch 1.0 with 10 classes and then just like you do like another round of, you know, 1 or 2 patches and you bring the final 2. Usually it's a decision made by producers and business suits, even if designers and artists want to cook longer. Yeah, I mean, of course the timing can matter, or like, you know, the funding might, you know, not be enough or whatever, and then at some point, yeah, I just have to make a call. It's understandable that, you know, like the people that kind of just like, you know, designing the stuff, they have like lots of ideas and they don't want to implement and it just takes forever. And at some point you have to like make a cut, right? There's always like a balancing you have to do. I would be mad if Druid doesn't make it to release. Yeah, that would be wild, actually. Is expect to get 2 more leaks after this one and they launch on what would be the 3rd. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, I don't really see like a reason for them to rush out the launch, you know? Like, what's the point exactly? Okay, like they're gonna have like this insane 1.0 drop at some point, and you just need to like time it well to make sure that it's like, you know, the biggest thing ever. But outside of that, they don't really have any pressure, I feel. Like, you know, D4 is kind of like a different thing. And then besides that, there's not really any other big RPG out there. I mean, Last Epoch might be, you know, something now, but we'll see how that goes with Season 2. I do have high hopes for Last Epoch, but are people really gonna stick around? Who knows, right? So, realistically, it's just D4 and PoE 2 that are kind of like, you know, crowding the market here, and they have like very different audiences. So they can kind of just do whatever they want, really. There's no reason to rush anything. You know, the people are not going to go anywhere. So, you know, there's nothing else on the horizon that would compete with PoE or something outside of, you know, people maybe just preferring D4 more than PoE or something. So, also, yeah, I could try TLI and release for a while. That's released at the same day as LE. Yeah. The Purge action gets 1 more, Classic Ascendancy. Now we can do Chaos Bills of the Witch. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of missing, right? That's good. I wonder if they're also going to introduce like some more Chaos like skill stuff that maybe also might be good for the Shooter Monk.
Exile 2, the numbers started very, very high. They've obviously tapered off. The game's been out several months now. I'm curious, what sort of blip on the map do you see this update adding to the player base?
So I think that so what I'm sort of expecting, and we've actually seen this before every time we've released Path of Exile 1 in a sort of new market or a new thing like that, is that the first release you get a huge thing. Now, obviously, that release was way bigger than we actually were expecting for, you know, for the game, right? Because, you know, I was kind of sort of expecting it to actually be smaller than a PoE 1 release because PoE 1 is free to play and this isn't yet, right? So effectively, because of that, I was sort of expecting it to be small, but it ended up being our largest release ever. For 020, I really would expect the numbers to be a bit lower than what they were for the initial release of Early Access. But the real test is going to come with what happens of 030, because there we would expect to see an increase over 020. So it's kind of like, you get this, and it's funny because I actually have to tell, people this frequently to have the right expectations here. You start high, you go a bit lower, and then it's up from there, right? And so that's kind of important to understand. Now, of course, there's also going to be, the early access release where it goes truly free to play, and for that, I would expect to see tremendous, crazy numbers. Given what we saw for early access. But yeah, during early access with the things I would expect, like down for this one, then a slow trend up is what I would be hoping for.
Got it. And just to be clear, it's not going full free to play just yet.
No. So that'll be during the full release, which as I said, hoping this year. That's my every effort will go into making that schedule this year. But you never know, right? I don't want to promise anything just yet.
Yeah, well, every cent I spent on the game, I feel very, very happy. You guys actually gave me a code, and I went and bought the $40 thing anyway because I like I whenever I like a game that much, I gotta do it, So I want to sort of reflect. It came out that Chris Wilson had departed Grinding Gear Games. Obviously, he
Thoughts on Lich Ascendancy giving a free, better, 100% adorned. That's not what it does. It buffs one jewel, which makes it relatively underwhelming to mediocre. So it's not that crazy, I think.
Helped with a lot of the workload. You're largely focused on Path of Exile 2 now. How has the team adjusted, and how has it been getting along, given that you're running 2 concurrent games at the same time?
Well, Chris actually hasn't been day-to-day involved for quite a long time, right? He was just acting as a board member for for quite a long time now. So it hasn't he stepped down as a board member recently, but that was not really a big deal because that doesn't affect the company's day-to-day running very much. Certainly, it would have been nice to have had him continuing to work on PoE1 over some periods of the time, but I wouldn't really say it's anything to do with the difficulty of getting PoE1 made at the same time as PoE2, because ultimately the issue there comes down to people who are the hard part for this is people who really know the game really well and are able to be the kind of person who can design Path of Exile. And that's the part where it becomes a shortage and it's quite hard to do. Now we're sort of restructuring our team to sort of make it much more possible to run both games simultaneously. We had a very different type of company structure during the point when PoE2 was in development separately from PoE1. But now I think it actually might be better to sort of merge people back a little bit more, reintegrate the teams more, and then that will sort of mean that we can allocate resources to both games more correctly from what it needs right now. And so what I'm sort of hoping for ideally is we get into a situation where, it's when we're making something that's more animation heavy in one game, we're making something that's less animation heavy in the other one. And we kind of try to load balance things a little bit more effectively across the company. But as I said, you still need the ability to know what the game needs right now. And that's something that's very hard for most people to actually come up with. And really, there's only a few people in the company who are really good at that. And at any given time, it's really hard to say, okay, well, I don't want to lose someone forever to one project and never get them back. So I feel like that sort of merging again does need to happen. So that's a little bit, probably a bit vague, but effectively what I'm saying is, we're trying to get the company into a structure where it's possible to get both games concurrently developed like that.
As an outsider looking in, you two did seem close, so I hope you stay in touch. And
100%. I mean, I talk to him every day. All the time. It's not like there's some falling out or anything. We just, he's just, it's a stressful job.
Got it. Yeah. Your original roadmap, speaking of changes, it's probably shifted a lot. What was the hardest piece to move when you realized it had to be moved?
Well, I mean, look, so the main thing is So I assume you're talking about in terms of when the release date for early access, for coming out of early access would be.
Yeah, well, early access, you had delays, but what was the one thing where you're we have to change this, we have to make this hard call? Was there a situation like that?
Yeah, so the hard one that really was hard for me was when we had to slip the PoE1 release, because we'd promised that to the community, 100% we had, and I really believed that was going to be possible, and then it honestly it creeped up on me in a way that was really terrible that I should have foreseen. But the thing is that PoE2 with the balance problems that we had that needed to be addressed, we didn't feel like we were able to
like, hey, guys, we need everyone to work on PoE2 ASAP. Like drop everything. We need to get this out. And then they work, like 2 months straight, and then realize, oh shit, we had no one allocated to PoE1. I didn't realize.
to let PoE2 be in a state of not getting an update as soon as possible, because of the balance issues that we had. So for that reason, we made the decision to slip PoE1. But it was really horrible because I really wanted that to happen, and it was a promise that I had made. It isn't in terms of other things, like in terms of like when the release, the final releases and that kind of thing. I'm not as worried about that because ultimately, as long as we're delivering a
You
good
can do that,
experience for
Jimmy, man.
players and we're fulfilling the promises we've made as far as when content happens, I'm fine with that.
You can try to go for like resource recovery, like there's like a weapon roll. I can't do that on a weapon, but on a glove, and also like a resource temper for chance to restore
when
resource.
the actual final ship date is kind of less important because
Small
the players who are playing are
challenges,
still having
yeah.
a great time. So I guess that's what's important to
I
me.
mean, they're
is
not
just
that
making
small
sure, yeah,
now.
as I said, I'm keeping my promises.
How many people do they have? Like 100 something, I guess.
Yeah, I can understand that. You kind of feel like
no change to armor that we know of.
just say, look, it's not going to happen. Here's why. Right. I think you've done a really good job with that messaging. Honestly, I think you're more open than most teams are, and it's refreshing to see.
Right, thank you.
You have so many classes to choose from. A few jump out as overpowered. Some are okay. Was there a class that you feel was in need of the most TLC?
That's
Warrior?
honestly sure. I mean, that's obviously the one people will say, right? Now, the funny thing is I play one-hand warrior as my playing character on production, specifically because people say it's the worst one. And I'm like, I want to be playing the thing people say is bad, in order to be able to sort of like have a good opinion about that. And I wouldn't say that. Like, I think that the warrior is underappreciated, and I think part of the reason for that is that the main thing is there was no big OP broken build for warrior. There just didn't happen to be anything that was completely ridiculous there. Now that the warrior will get buffs, right? Like there are buffs planned for it, and we've got things going on, and that'll happen. But I think that it was really in the comparison to many of the other classes that it suffered the most because there just were things about this.
I actually really agree with this point. I think it's just like the community focusing overly on like like the 5 meta builds. There's like the quarter staff shenanigans with Tempest Flurry and Ascendancy. And then it's like, all of this like crazy Archmage, Sorcerer stuff and like crazy minion stuff. And these builds are just like, number one, so overtuned, and number two, like, so expensive and like kind of like give you like the craziest stuff with the craziest items. So that you just kind of go wild. And yeah, Warrior just doesn't get to that same endpoint. But I feel like on the way there, it's not really, so bad most of the time. Like I had a really good time on Warrior, and yeah, it was a bit slower than the other classes and whatnot, and other than that, it was fine, to be honest. So, and then like the funny part is like when you actually Endgame, you have actual gear, and you have like 2 big maces, and you drop your hammer of the gods, you just like fucking one tap all of the fucking bosses, like all the way to like the pinnacle challenges. Like it's kind of wild actually when you get at some point. So it's just that people like look at the like crazy clips and crazy builds that people make with like all the currency, and then okay, Warrior doesn't have that. And I think this is a good point here.
Those other classes that really led, that jumped out like very early in terms of like, oh, this thing's completely cracked and needs to be dealt with and that kind of stuff. So there's going to be a big rebalance here, as I said, and it's going to cause a lot of readjustment. I would be very interested to see how Warrior's reputation is after 020's releases. Because as I said, lots of changes, and it's honestly will be hard to even enumerate them all because it's just kind of like just expect everything about the balance to change, and so you're going to be learning what's good again and that kind of stuff.
For sure. Are you able to give us any hints about what Path of Exile 2 costs to make? Like, is it over 8 digits, or if it's 9 digits, does that number start with a 2?
It's not. It's definitely not 9 digits. It's okay. It's much lower than 9 digits. I don't honestly. I don't have the figure completely.
9 digits is 100 million.
Completely to hand, but I will certainly say that we were profitable from that launch. Like the early access launch made us profitable, right? Like
great.
That like in terms of it paid off the development costs for sure. So we're perfectly fine there. I guess you're probably thinking about the fact that in America development budgets have ballooned very significantly, and there seems to be sort of issues there. I guess that's sort of a problem I guess would be specific to America. I would say, because the rest of the game development industry and the rest of the world, I don't think is having that same kind of concern. So yeah, it was the project ended up very well in that regard.
Good. That's great to hear. I was sort of curious, why do you think you have such a good grasp on your cost to profit ratio versus the Western market? Is it just where you live, or like what helps?
I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, okay, so California obviously has very high salaries relative to other countries, but I mean, I would say New Zealand's pretty much in line with the rest of the world as far as salaries go, like outside of that. So I mean, salaries is definitely a part of it. But the other thing as well is we try to be a very efficient company, right? Like we try to lower the bureaucracy. We haven't, got multiple levels.
Not so much that he says he can't take care of finances in the USA. It's just that I guess in USA, like, the costs are generally higher, It's like, the highest purchasing power country in the world, basically, right? And salaries are higher, as he says. There's like lots of like, I don't know, like taxes and other stuff and, perks that the employees expect and whatnot, right? That's just how it works. It's a rich country, especially California, as he says, it's like, the richest part of USA, basically, besides like a few other places. No COA getting 7-figure salary, that helps as well, I guess. Yeah, so maybe stuff is like generally a bit more reasonable, basically, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Curious to know how much out of the early access was USA spent. You mean like in terms of like microtransactions and stuff? Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense that people that come from rich countries will also spend more on like the in-game shop and stuff, right? Because they can afford it, and for them it's like not such a big deal than for example someone from Turkey or something who probably even has trouble even buying the early access to begin with. So it's just kind of like how the different currencies stack up against each other, and the general economy of each state. You brought in Lordix exactly like Jonathan. Holy, let's talk.
Of middle management and things like that. We just, try to keep things slim and lean and efficient. And it's sort of interesting because, something that happens to us is that for a lot of people, our company is their first job. And so at some point, they'll decide for whatever reason they want to leave and go to another company. And a lot of the time when that happens, they have an awakening of like what other companies are actually like, because they sort of assume like they'll be in our company and then they'll see and they'll often think, oh, it's so inefficient that this is happening or that is happening or whatever. And then they go to another company and they realize actually GGG is very efficient relative to a lot of other companies. So it's something that I kind of take pride in, but it's also a source of frustration for me a lot of the time because, like this is something I care a lot about. And so anytime there is any kind of thing, which is like I can see bureaucracy building up, it kind of, goes, I have to get rid of that, So like it's kind of a constant thing where I just constantly have to be fighting against it because it's as I said, something that just builds up in companies over time, and we're getting bigger, right? Like we're over 200. I think we're about 210 at the moment. Like some of those things start to pile up, and like you start to run into scaling issues. So I'm really hoping we'll be able to keep our kind of lean approach, because I do think it's a huge part of why we're able to create content efficiently and deliver quickly.
What was your favorite piece of coverage about Path of Exile 2 that's come out since it's launched? Besides mine, of course, because mine has been pretty great.
Honestly, I have a hard time picking one. It's like it's actually bad because when the game came out, I was like watching so many YouTube videos that it actually started some kind of YouTube addiction that I had to like actively get rid of, because it's like I was just constantly like maybe doom scrolling is the wrong word because most of the coverage was good, but I was constantly just like checking, what new videos have been posted, and honestly it's good on some level to see that stuff because you're.
That image is actually really funny, man. Like, imagine Jonathan just sitting there in his office, kind of like, clicking through YouTube. Tuna just posted a video. Let's see what Palstrom said. Shit, here's one from Fubgun. He's just kind of like going through them, taking notes, doom scrolling. Oh my god, man.
Finding out what people, what people's feelings are. But on the other hand, there can be too much of that.
It's amazing. Like, immediately hit profit on PoE2 just from EA launch. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that at all. I mean, he said that it was bigger than he expected, so, okay. there were like more people, but with the number of people that we know, which is like above 1 million, right, that bought or like got the key or something. Let's say 1 million bought it, right? That's 1 million times $30, just the base price. And that's $30 million. You can do a lot of shit with $30 million, So okay, the game has been in development for like, I don't know, 8 years or something. So let's say the average of over the 8 years was like 100 people working on it. So I don't know how much the dev costs per month, per year. I don't know, it's probably like somewhere in like the 50 to 80K range per year. So with 100 people, yeah, it's a lot of money that stacks up actually, right? So if you've yeah, that's actually would be like 5 million plus per year. Yeah, I guess it kind of checks out. If you say like 5 million per year for like, roughly 100 people, maybe less people, like, I guess in the earlier stages there were like a lot fewer people working on it compared to now and so on. So, yeah. That didn't cost them less than 100 million to make. I mean, 100 million is a ridiculous amount of money, actually, right? When you think about it. Even considering that so many people work on it and so on, and it takes so long, it's crazy to think that a fucking video game can cost $100 million. But yeah. And then, of course, they had the microtransactions and people bought supporter packs and whatnot. And okay, there's like, only a fraction of people that actually go beyond, paying the $30. Because, most people just pay the $30, but then there's probably like, I don't know, maybe 10% of people that also buy other stuff. And then like, 1% of the people actually buy some big other stuff. And then like, 0.1% actually buy the big supporter pack or whatever. And then, there's like a kind of like a smaller and smaller fraction of people that spend a lot of money. And I guess they actually have like a pretty significant impact on the overall gain there. So like, if you say, okay, there were 1 million copies sold, 30 million bucks, they probably made at least double that just from like all the MTX as well. Or like, double the total, let's say. I imagine. So we're talking about like at least 50 million plus they earned with the just the launch, basically. And yeah, now they're kind of like chilling, right? So as long as it kind of keeps going a little bit and people keep buying some MTX and supporter packs here and there, and then there's like the big 1.0 launch that they're looking forward to, they're probably going to earn like another 50 million bucks, even if the game is free, So who knows? New Zealand uses higher ranges than US. 110K per year. For like a game developer though? I always hear that game development is like extremely underpaid. Like you're telling me they're making 100K plus per year, which that's ridiculous. That's a lot of money. For real? Like, why do I always hear such bad things then? I mean, for like like an actual like lead software engineer, but not in the gaming industry, in like some other like companies also. I could imagine like 100K plus, but yeah, I'm thinking in EU context. Yeah, maybe it's different here. I don't know. They work like dogs in many companies. Okay. Tencent owns and paid all the profits on Ubisoft. What are you talking about? It's the work in line and not the money that's the issue usually. Yeah, okay. I mean, if you get like paid 100K plus, then you should also expect to work a lot. I think this is fine, right? This is like probably triple or quadruple whatever the money that a lot of other people make. So I would expect to also work more hours, or like it's just a harder job environment or something. It's just part of the deal. So 100K a year is insane. In 10 years you're technically a millionaire. That's a lot of money. Of course, this is like probably like gross, and they have like taxes and whatnot, but still. There should be the work-life balance with bursts is needed. Yeah, of course, you can't. You need to make sure that you don't like I don't know, attrition your developers, right? Like you need to make sure that it remains healthy and so on. But just generally kind of like having a bit of like a tougher schedule and whatnot, and I mean that's fine, right? So many people are fine working more than 40 hours or more than 45 hours a week on average. Like I do way more than that if you like consider everything I do. I mean, of course, I have like a, let's say, relatively comfortable job, let's say, but you know, some people just do way more than that and they're fine. So, yeah. I mean, software development is probably relatively comparable to what I'm doing, I guess, in terms of like the comfort. So, that's funny. I do work a lot. Yeah. You had 165 in South Texas. Damn, dude. 100K and you can retire in Thailand already. Wait, for real? With 100K? Okay, but then you're in Thailand, so I'm not sure about that. What can 100K get you in Greece? Not really much, to be honest. I mean, okay, you can get like some kind of like, you know, very old, small apartment, you know, somewhere in the middle of nowhere or something. Uh, but realistically, like in Greek economy is really shit. Like, and despite that, you know, the prices are actually relatively high because it's like Eurozone. So, you know, it kind of like converges a little bit towards the, you know, overall price range in like Central Europe. So this means that, you know, people earn very little here, but everything kind of like costs a lot in comparison. So the purchasing power is very low in Greece. And for example, like coming here from Germany, like prices were generally a bit lower, but it wasn't like, you know, nearly as much lower as it should be considering how little people earn. So, you know, it wasn't actually such a huge shift for me. Like for me, like the main kind of like, you know, money save actually came from just like not paying rent anymore because I was living with Nini. So that was kind of like the big saver. And like the living expenses themselves were not much different, to be honest. So yeah, okay, there's like, you know, a little bit lower price range, but okay. And then it was kind of like also similar, like for example, in Bulgaria. Um, Bulgaria doesn't use euro, but at least where we were, the prices were actually higher than here, interestingly. But it was also like, you know, relatively touristic, so like area where we lived in Bulgaria for a while now. World is changing fast. Needs to be having there with little money. Yeah, I guess it's also like always like an overall like economic up and down, right? We're probably gonna like slowly drift into a recession again now. You know, there's always like an up and down anyway. And you know, with like the way things are going right now in the US, for example, I think that's gonna have like repercussions, you know, across the entire world and so on. So we're gonna see. Your wife costs 60K a year. Is that good or bad? Portugal's best value in Europe. Yeah, Portugal is pretty good destination, I think. I wouldn't mind living there, but then you have to learn Portuguese. Like Spanish, okay, but Portuguese is like kind of the difficult version of Spanish, right? So I had to learn that. Anyway, let's continue.
Actually stop doing that and actually just make the game at some point. So I don't know what I would say was the one that I enjoyed the most. I just honestly, it was just great just seeing so many people enjoying the game. And probably the thing that I enjoyed doing whenever I watched a new piece of coverage was going to the point in the video where they where they fought like bosses for the first time and just seeing the reaction to skills and things like that. That's like kind of my favorite thing of just the surprises that people get. It's probably my most entertaining thing.
Yeah, that stuff's really fun to watch. Speaking of fun stuff to watch in the game, you treated us to another cinematic today
Mm-hmm.
during the reveal of the new content. We didn't get a ton of those in the game. We had sort of the water painting style thing that you did,
Right.
or etchings, if you want to call it that. Are we going to get more of those when the final launch comes?
There will be a couple more when the like proper cinematics when the final launch comes out. We've actually already made them. Yeah, there's some more stuff like that that's coming.
Not like the, you know, rendered last minute before the early access launch. I remember he talked about this story where, you know, at one point the 0.1 launch approached like last December, and then they kind of like rendered the cinematic like the night before or something. Kind of
But
hilarious.
I mean, look, fundamentally, we're not a game that's going to be constantly giving you, like cinematics of that nature most of the time. The, you know, like we're a game you expect people to play through lots of times, so we try to be as engaging and immersive as possible, while also making it so that if you're playing it for the 7th time, that you feel happy about the fact you can just skip past everything. It doesn't feel frustrating. So we're kind of like very careful to maintain that, because it's very easy to sort of break that and then immediately get to the point where it sucks to have to replay again, if you're too heavy-handed with that stuff.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. I
Work
did
on this.
a solid
Thank you,
play.
man.
Well, because of the
How's it
early
going?
access, you play through it, and then that character gets deleted in the preview event. So I pretty much have the first 2 acts pretty well memorized at this point.
Sure.
And it's still fun to go through because every class feels a little different.
Mm-hmm.
And today, the class you revealed was the Huntress. Now, way back in GDC, I want to say 2022 or 2023, you actually demoed the Huntress and the bear roll
I'm just
to
looking.
me.
Yeah.
way back then. What sort of evolution has that character gone through since that first initial reveal of it way back then?
So it's funny because
I
class
think
is
that
one of
Witcher's
those
having
things
3 ring
which
slots. Yeah, it sounds very nice.
it's like every time you add something, it can potentially cause you to revisit everything that came before it. And so this is why they're the hardest thing to predict, like how long they're going to take to make and that kind of stuff. Like we thought we had kind of gotten the formula of the Huntress back then, and then later we found out we totally had not got the formula, because we started adding new things and it just wasn't working correctly. Like we weren't able to add new things to that tool set and have it work out. So yeah, I mean, it's received tons of changes, but the thing that we keep on going back to, the thing that we try to make sure of, is that fundamentally what our goal is with each new class, when we add it, with each new class, we're thinking, what is the weapon type they're using, right? Even though they're not technically, required to use it, that is kind of like the primary driver. And so then with each weapon type, we're thinking, well, what is the thing that makes this weapon different than every other weapon type in the game in order to make it feel different? And so for spears, that is the fact that a spear is the only weapon type that you can use both as a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. So therefore, everything we do should be along the lines of how are we going to incentivize that type of gameplay? How are we going to make it so that that is the thing that can make this class feel different? So really it was just like, more things, like make sure that every melee skill, the combo piece you need for it is a range skill, and that every range skill, the combo piece you need for that is a melee skill, and then also add the tools for jumping back in and out of combat. And what that kind of leaves you with is a class that feels incredibly agile, which is good because it's a primary dex class. It should feel the most agile, one that, as I said, feels very different from other things. So that's what we did. But as I said, the specific details of that have changed a huge amount since then. Like we had whirling.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the original Huntress preview from like, I don't know, 3 years ago or something, like it did look completely different, right? Some of the abilities were there, like this kind of like the spear field, and like some of the stabbing and throwing stuff. But like at least half the skills or so we have never seen before. So I'm actually kind of surprised to see that they've done such a major update to the stuff that already looked pretty good last time I saw it. But then they added like this whole like wording stuff, the tornadoes, the fusions, the explosive spears. They added so much shit. And then like this like Viper spear, that's really cool, and the Solaris spear, like all this stuff. So kind of exciting to see actually how much they have changed that stuff. What I think about the Lich Ascendancy of Lifetime or Blood Magic, I would assume it works, but we have to wait and test, I guess. Unless they actually give us like a feedback here on this. Actually, isn't it like Tavern Talk at some point? Wait, when is that? It's on Monday, right? It's not yet, I guess. Protest data is just better Hammer gods. Yeah, not really though, because it takes like fucking 10 seconds to execute or something. So we'll see how about that. But I guess maybe if you combine with like pin and something like that, or like you pin them or you stun them and then you throw it, it could be pretty wild, I guess, if you like use it at the right moment on a boss. But yeah, like Hammer to Gauss is really easy to hit. And even that you can miss pretty often. Like I missed my fucking hammers so often, man. And it always tilts you, And then I also have like this like 95% bleed chance. So sometimes I hit and I just don't get the bleed. Yikes, yeah. Oh man. At least that won't happen, I guess, but yeah. It's gonna be rough, man, the Solaris Spear. What do you put 1 regular ring and 2 Kalana rings? How would that work? We don't know, Redworm.
Slash, but we didn't have all the interactions with ground effects. We didn't have the like frenzy charge stuff that we've done now, where every spear throw has a has a an interaction with frenzy charges. Even just from the point where you equip a spear on the beach, you now get both a melee attack and like you get a default melee attack and a default ranged attack to really just sell the concept right from the beginning of you should be using both of these. And then even the default melee attack still can take advantage of frenzy charges because that is the rule that every single spear throw can use frenzy charges. So you're kind of just like building
Oh,
that
shit.
in. And then I think the other thing that probably majorly changed since then was the parry. And this is one that I was actually very skeptical of. And like the whole time we were doing it, I was like, it's never going to work. It's never going to work. And the reason why is because parry in most games, the way it works is that it's the classic thing of if you time the block just at the right time, you do the parry, right? That's just like every game does that.
Mhm.
And in our game, that just doesn't work because the attacks come in too fast and you don't have enough time to follow up because you're being attacked by like 5 things at once. And we're not going to slow down every monster attack in order to make parry work. So what we like, Mark had the idea of like, what if we changed it so that it's kind of the opposite of that? Like you hold down the button, and then it's the follow up that you do in response to the parry that happens automatically that gives you the power. And in our game, it actually works really well. And so as soon as we got the feeling of that down, and we had like you do the sound effects and you do all the like get exact animation timing and just get everything perfect. Suddenly, it feels awesome, and that's actually changed how the class felt a lot. And then that I would say was something, yeah, definitely.
But isn't like the parry like just very similar to blocking anyway? It kind of feels like you either parry or block, and it kind of does the same thing. Like I don't really get what's the difference besides that parry has like an offensive upside and stuns them. So what exactly changes about it? Like it's just like you press the button and hold it, right? And you also have like the stagger bar and everything. Or like am I like misunderstanding this?
It's the classic thing of if you time the block just at the right time, you do the parry, right? That's just like every game does that.
Mhm.
And in our game, that just doesn't work because the attacks come in too fast, and you don't have enough time to follow up because you're being attacked by like 5 things at once. And we're not going to slow down every monster attack in order to make parry work. So what we like, Mark had the idea of like, what if we changed it so that it's kind of the opposite of that? Like you hold down the button, and then it's the follow up that you do in response to the parry that happens automatically that gives you the power. And in our game, it actually works really well. And so as soon as we got the feeling of that down, and we had like you do the sound effects and you do.
So it's just like you hold up the shield just like a raised shield, and then you get the parry, and then I guess like what it comes down to is like reacting to getting hit, right? It's like, okay, you take the parry and then you have to press the button to do the follow-up attack. And I guess I'm not sure if there's like a special attack or if there's just gonna be like the same button you press, or how's that gonna work? Or it's just like any attack works, maybe, I don't know. So I guess we'll see.
Do all the like get exact animation timing and just get everything perfect. Suddenly it feels awesome, and that's actually changed how the class felt a lot. And then that I would say was something, yeah, definitely a revelation as far as the class feels go. So I'll be very interested to see how you feel about how parrying works. And honestly, one of the main things that it's also done is it's demonstrated us how bad blocking is on the warrior by comparison, because now we feel like we need to do a definite upgrade to that. And
Oh my god.
my hope is we'll get that upgrade. We have a plan for this. My hope is we'll get it in for 020, but because it's not done yet, we haven't announced it yet. We've got one more week to make sure that happens. And if we can't do it, we won't do it. But yeah, I've got some plans for making One Hand Warrior feel much better in this regard.
I have a pitch.
One Hand Warrior. Has anyone ever seen that? Heard of that? Played it? What is a One Hand Warrior? Like you either bonk or you double bonk. No. One hand, man. In Titan's blood exists, dude. Okay.
Dual wielding shields. What do you think? No.
I don't know how that would
Yeah,
work.
like
I'm not
last
sure what
episode.
skills
Worked
you'd
in
be
Elden
using,
Ring.
but,
Just saying.
yeah, I guess so. The wall build or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the big gripes I had about Endgame, though, was the Ascendancy trials. I had a lot of difficulty, gonna fully admit, not a pro Path of Exile 2 gamer here, with the third one, and then obviously I didn't do the fourth one because I got stuck on the third one.
Well, one thing I'll tell you that we found yesterday, which, as we're doing our big balance pass, is that the bosses in the Ascension trials accidentally had double the life they were supposed to have.
That makes a lot of sense.
That probably wasn't helping. It's a random thing.
That's why I fought the guy for 17 minutes on my first kill. Fucking second my boss. I remember going in there with my freshly nerfed, super scuffed SSF mercenary. And then I had like all the shit boons with like extra monster life, less damage and stuff. I had like no damage boons whatsoever, and I fought this fucker for 17 minutes, but I did it.
And honestly, it's surprising how often you can find random discrepancies like that. Like, I don't know. I actually haven't asked yet what exactly caused that, but for some reason they had just had double the life than what we thought that they were supposed to be having. So yeah, that's just one random thing that you'll note. But yeah, so there'll be balance changes and so on. But fundamentally, the Ascension trials are still, like they're still the same thing that they were. But ideally, we've just found the balance problems and improved on them.
Yeah, initially, as you know, armor wasn't quite working as intended, and I had an armor build, so it did not go well for me. I was just waiting for it to be patched, and I'm excited to try it again with a new class.
Awesome.
You brought up Ascendancy Wisps today?
Ascendancy Wisps, yeah.
What's your inspiration for it? It seems like it reminds me of stories I used to read when I was younger.
Double life, yeah.
So it really comes down. So the
But
Ascendancy culture.
I think it was only the final boss. No, I think they're only talking about Trial Master and what is he called? The second boss. So I think they mean only those two.
Which is who the Huntress is from. Kind of has like a.
When I was younger.
So it really comes down. So the Ascendancy culture, which is who the Huntress is from, kind of has like a sort of like a sort of Celtic kind of thing going on with it. Like we've got some of those elements. So that was definitely one of the inspirations, and just sort of looking at stories of that nature. But also mechanically, it's kind of a new take on a way to do a similar mechanic to something we did in PoE 1, which was Tormented Spirits. So there were lots of problems with that mechanic in PoE 1, and we kind of wanted to find a way to make that similar kind of.
Yeah, like most importantly, the Wisp can't die, right? It just kind of like moves, and then you like escort it along like some kind of, I guess, preset path or something. I like at least the Tormented Spirits in PoE 1, you could like push them towards a certain direction, but the problem was that they just like randomly died very easily. And I guess the Wisps, they have like a preset path, but you can't kill them. So they will like always like find a rare and then eventually go in there or something, I guess.
Thing, but with a new theme and a new like vibe and like better mechanics and so on to kind of like improve on that formula. And so one of the things, one of the reasons we chose that as a thing to do, in particular, other than the fact that it was nice that we could tie it in with the theme of the Huntress at the same time, was that we really want to try and improve in Endgame the number of mechanics that can overlap with other things that are going on in maps and stuff like that. So effectively, like one of the things that sort of keeps people entertained in the long term in an endgame is making sure that you feel like you're coming across many new scenarios you've never seen before. And I mean, we're adding about 40 new sort of like encounters, if you will. I mean, if you count all the different spirits types as different ones, they've got different mechanics to them. Like there's 40 new encounters if you look at it that way, or it's a little bit more than that actually. But the real strength comes from the fact that the focus on the ones we're doing this time are things that can be in existing maps, that can overlap with existing mechanics, that you get combinations of things you never saw before, that suddenly result in combat scenarios you never saw before. And it's that stuff that kind of keeps things engaging in the long term. And the thing we've referred to this in the past as overlapping axes of randomness, because that's what kind of leads to the combinatorial explosion of different scenarios. And PoE 2's Endgame was lacking in this regard. And we're going to do even more along these lines as we go forward. But this upgrade should be a pretty drastic improvement in the number of those things that can happen. Because, you run into a corrupted essence, and then that happens to be on a unique boss. And then, oh, look, the Wisp happened to be there as well. And, then all that came together and then made this crazy new scenario of the interaction of these mechanics. And so that's kind of what we're
LDR, you died.
Looking at when we're trying to design that stuff.
You finally added the ability to resurrect NPC characters via the Witch. What's
Parrying Ascendancy is on, I don't know, Huntress? Oh yeah. I don't think that makes Stormweaver poop. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Stormweaver is fucking nutty Ascendancy and nothing changing about it, at least so far from what we know. I'm pretty sure that if anything, they're probably gonna buff some Ascendancies and not really nerf some of them, and Stormweaver is still like quite up there.
What's the highest power monster that you're able to resurrect? And what's the average lowest?
So anything can be resurrected, and it's all just balanced with spirit costs. I mean, I have a feeling this is one of those things that, okay, so we've tried to balance this, but I am sure that people will find stuff that is crazy. I mean, like, it's honestly, as I said, we've kind of tried to make it so that things are, like, the spirit costs are relatively balanced, so it shouldn't really matter. Well, it'll matter obviously because it has to fit in your build, but it should be the case that it all should work out. But I mean, obviously you've got big monsters like the I'm terrible with names, by the way. There's the big lizard thing with like a thing on its back that like those will probably be. People probably like those, but I think probably the other one as well is those guys from Freysworn that create the purple explosions. Like they're quite large area coverage, and you know, like that's probably a pretty good one. But I mean, I don't know, there's all sorts of stuff, right? Like I honestly.
Spectre Colossus. What is the Colossus? You mean like these like the statues? The Val statues or something? Like, what would be the coolest Spectre, guys? Like, what is like the coolest Spectre that you would like, you know, they really want to try? Like, even if we don't really play minion builds or really want to make a minion build, but just like as an idea, would be interesting. The boss with the dagger in Act 2. The boss with the dagger. Are you talking about Balbala? Ah. You mean the Skellies? Ah, that Colossus, okay. No, but you can't, wait. But did it say you can reselect bosses? Titan, Grotto, Colossus. Okay. Shit. I guess like some stuff will not work, you know, right? Because like some bosses are like tied to a specific arena, like the Colossus, for example. So if they would ever do something like that. Death Bubble, Wait, Starting Orb. Yeah, they're certainly gonna change. Dude, honestly, there's actually hope that they're gonna like, change the Death Bubble anyway, right? Because you can't have the Death Bubble from the fucking River Hag and just then Spectre that and then just one-shot everything, right? You can't do that. So maybe they're gonna change it to some kind of like, you know, cold dot or whatever. And maybe they actually change the original monster to also be that, because that would actually make sense. Instead of the fucking round Death Bubble, you know? Like, I always hate this zone, man. It's scary. Drowning all of the Arbiter, man. Easy. Yeah. Wow, girls would be super annoying since they prefer to go in invulnerable state doing nothing. True. The fucking, like, freezing ghosts. Although, I mean, the freezes could be pretty nuts. They have, like, insane freeze build-up. Like, when you're, like, low HP or have, like, low elemental threshold, like, you could fucking one-tap freeze by these fuckers, man, every time. It's crazy. So if you have, like, a bunch of these as minions, they're gonna freeze everything for you, and then you can go Hell of Ice or some shit. I really wonder, like, if there's, like, a realistic scenario where we can play with Specters and, you know, not actually be a minion build. And then we can get, like, some cool effects, like the freezing or, like, some aura, or, I don't know, if there's, like, you know, some kind of buffs or whatnot, right? It would be kind of fun. The Violent Leads can be very good. Yeah, like the Utsal guys. Yeah, they're kind of cracked. They also have these smoke bombs and stuff. The archers in Organ Farmland to destroy me on the way to town. Yeah, I actually died. I died 2 times to those. And I think in like race 1 and race 2, I died to the fucking Farmland archers, man. Actually nuts. And then I died like 1 other time or something in the entire race, like, you know, some random bullshit. But the fucking archers in the Farmland are actually nuts. Another thought I was claiming that was blowing up mobs is cheap, like the new revive mob cell. It's like a mob death build. The blowing up mods. Ah, you mean like the, for example, the count, like, you know, self-exploding dudes in Act 1? Maybe. I mean, like, Specters will come back automatically after 4 seconds, right? Like, all the minions come back after 4 seconds, I think, when they die. So that's kind of good. But there's, like, ways to kill your minions anyway. You don't necessarily have to make them blow up, but I guess it makes it even faster if there's, like, some kind of synergy for it. There's, like, a cast of minion death gem.
I've got no idea what people will end up finding is the most broken of those things. And of course, the other thing we got out of it as well was beast taming, because the same work that we needed to do for this race Spectre also was useful for beast taming, which then of course lets you get rare monsters as well.
Sweet. What's the most broken thing your team has discovered so far, so that I can try that out?
Well, the thing is, if we find it, we probably nerf it. So
no.
we probably don't want to be talking about those ones. You know, I mean, look, it changes every day, right? So like every day I go home, I do a play test, I like, you know, try to work out, you know, what is like too OP or like what's, you know, what's not performing, that kind of stuff. You know, like that's what I'm that's what I'm doing. So, you know,
Dude, I wonder, like, over the last like 7 years or something, how many hours of actual testing and playing of PoE2 does Jonathan have? Because I think it's probably like in the thousands, right? Because, it's been, I don't know what, like, 2,500 days of him going home every day and like trying shit or whatever. Like, he probably has like a ridiculous amount of like actual testing and like the iterations he's doing and stuff. Kind of funny to think about it. Hi, Shivaldot. Spectre DD Shaman for the Wetland Water Lands. Holy dude, yeah. The fucking, the waterways, you mean? Big fan of the cat on minion dev build. The billing comments.
It's hard for me to even say like at this point because it's just the constant iteration, and that'll just keep going right to the last minute, right? Like we'll just be continuing to do that because we always find more things. But look, I reckon that just the twisters are pretty good. Like especially the twisters with the ground effects. It works very well. It's supposed to feel powerful. It's quite a long combo chain because there's a few different steps to it. So therefore it's balanced to be powerful for that reason. I find it pretty enjoyable.
I will definitely try that out. Also, bleed builds. That seems really interesting. That seems like a lot of fun. Can you tell me any more about those?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so with Bleed is, obviously hunting themed, so we wanted to make sure we're adding a lot of stuff. There's a lot of new passive tree support. We've also got a Herald of Blood, which will make monsters that have been bleeding explode on death. And we've got this new blood loss concept in the game as well. So effectively, you can see on the life bar as you bleed things, like a kind of like there's like a faded out section, which is like the amount of life they've lost to bleeding. And then we've got various different skills and mechanics that utilize, like, well, depending on how much blood loss they've got, it'll activate certain abilities or do more damage on this kind of stuff as well. So that's another sort of combo area of the Huntress as well.
You revealed that 3 new Ascendancy classes are being revealed: Mercenary, Tactician, the Witch is getting Lich, and I missed one of them. Yeah, Smith of Katava. And with Smith of Katava, you can spawn a living weapon that's animated to fight alongside you. Who came up with that's a cool idea. I really, really like that. Like, how do you come up with that? And then how do you implement it in a way that keeps the game balanced?
I mean, that one. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mark was the one who wanted to do that, but we actually had a similar thing in PoE 1 where you could raise weapons as items off the ground, but it always had mechanical problems that we weren't really very happy with. So this was a way to kind of do it that was more that removed the kind of the frustrations that players had back in PoE 1 with that idea. Putting on an Ascendancy class, and then we're able to basically just realize the idea much more effectively. But I mean, fundamentally, when we're looking at the design of Ascension classes, we often start with some kind of like, well, what is a cool fantasy of like a character, right? So like, it's actually normally the fantasy that comes first, and then we think of, well, what are all the different ways that we can, what would a person who was like this be able to do? So the idea of like a smith who worships like an evil god was kind of like the starting point, and they're like, well, yeah, exactly. So where do you go from there? Well, obviously they should be able to forge their weapon and their armor, and obviously they should be able to do other things with all sort of weapon and item related things is what they should be doing. That's kind of where it starts, and then you just brainstorm from there. And it really is the case with a lot of a lot of Ascendancy classes. So the Lich, for example, is right. Well, obviously a Lich has to have a phylactery. It's like the number one thing about Liches that everyone knows. So therefore, how is that going to be a mechanic in our game? What could we do with it? Well, we've got these things that socket into the passive tree. There's already kind of that idea of like, an item that's special. Like we can try to do something interesting with that. That's kind of it all comes from the theme when it comes to Ascendancy classes.
And I do really appreciate that there's a lore reason for being able to equip that third ring. You sort of alluded to it in the presentation. I was like, that's nice. I do appreciate that. How do you balance something like that? Like having that third power, and it also like buffs everything. That seems like a really potent recipe.
It is. And I mean, ultimately, every Ascendancy class has like a power budget that we need to try and stay within. And then it's just a question of how we distribute that power budget among the different elements of the class. So sometimes these things can be by like you obviously can add downsides in some cases. In other cases, you make it so that the point that leads up to it is weaker than to have a relatively stronger 4-point node. Like you just have to be able to think about, what's our power budget? What's the increase in percentage of damage that you should be able to get, or defensiveness you should be able to get from an Ascendancy class. And like balance is possible to achieve. But always difficult. So, we'll see what happens. I mean, the interesting thing is going to be, what's the breakdown of Ascension classes, in 0.2.0. Like, will we be able to get it more even than it was in early access's, initial launch? And the hope is that we can.
Jonathan, I believe PR said I had 30 minutes. I'm a little bit over, so I'll ask one last question. What's your go-to for lunch?
For lunch,
Yeah.
I actually don't eat lunch. Funnily enough, I'm a breakfast and dinner only type of person. But for breakfast, I'll usually just grab something from the bakery, like sausage roll or something like that. It's a classic New Zealand thing.
Got it. I'll have to try that next time I'm abroad. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure every time we get to chat, and it was no different this time. I hope everything goes well with the new launch, and I'm looking forward to playing it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Now, if you haven't seen it yet, Path of Exile
Nice.
2 just had a massive
Did more
live
info in
stream
here?
talking about this latest expansion and all of the changes. We were lucky enough to have a little bit of behind closed doors time with Jonathan to ask questions, and these were his replies. Now, as is tradition, there were issues with the audio. I swear every time I interview Jonathan, I'm cursed with this, but I've included it here for your listening pleasure and cleaned it up best I could. Here we go.
All right. So now I'm here to answer questions.
Oh.
So I guess the first
Oh, the
question
audio
here
is
that
kinda
we've got
fucked up.
in the chat is to do with interaction overriding
Did you hear that too?
things.
That's probably from there,
That
right?
actually is something that was fixed, so that's sorted out. But also it's just worth
Will I make a video about the sale of Max Roll? I don't really have that much to discuss, to be honest. I was not really involved in that process, and nothing really changes. So I'm not really sure if that's really warrants a video or anything like that.
mentioning that if you want, you can rebind which key the interact is bound to. It doesn't have to be
Okay.
bound to A, so you can change that if you like. But the particular case you're talking about, we did change the priority there. The next question was, do we have any plans to bind more?
Third ring on Richard as coded as an amulet won't get buffed by ingenuity. Wait, where did he say that, Crucible? That's interesting. Yeah, maybe the ingenuity text is also gonna change to just say that your base rings, or like maybe like in some way like this extra ring slot is maybe like special or something. Maybe they should like clarify the Ascendancy tooltip instead of trying to change everything else, right? They can just say you get like an extra ring slot, but maybe there's like some kind of special name for it, right? It's like, okay, a third ring slot, but it has like a tooltip, and then it says that it doesn't get affected by any kind of like other ring stuff, like the Calandra ring and the ingenuity and whatever, to make sure that it doesn't go like too crazy. Maybe the third ring is worn on a necklace. I mean, it's definitely it's like on the opposite slot, right? So I guess they don't actually like break the law, right? Because originally you can only have 2 rings because you need to have like 1 on each hand, and they can't have them too close to each other or some shit, right? There's like some law reason behind it that they made up. I think that came from Diablo 2, basically. This was an Eurogame interview or IGN. There's been so many of them. Okay. That'll be interesting to find a source, or at least like some kind of more reliable info. Who needs switcher lists? I mean, maybe Ingenuity is gonna get nerfed, or maybe there's gonna be other cool bells that we want to use and so on. So I don't think I want to slap Ingenuity on like literally every single build forever,
more than one keyboard key to an action, for example, potions or mana? The answer to that is I don't have any plans for it. It's kind of not really been something that I have to say has come up before. You can bind multiple skills to the action bar, but not generally other things other than that. The next question is, staying on the topic of controls, will we be able to switch between controller, keyboard, and mouse on the fly? The answer to that is yes. I actually did think we were going to get that into 0.2.0, but it didn't quite make it, but it will almost certainly be in for 0.3.0, because that is something that we have had requested quite a lot. The next question is about what challenges we've encountered during PoE2's early access period. I guess probably the main thing that was kind of different than what we expected with regard to early access was that we sort of assumed that being in early access we would have more latitude to be able to make mid-league changes to balance, but that was something that people definitely didn't tolerate, even though it was early access. So we've sort of realized that we do have to actually make sure we're still using a kind of season-based model even during early access, because if we don't, then players just are not able to tolerate the kind of balance changes we need to make. So effectively what we've had to do is like batch up all our like big balance changes into and they'll go out with the season. So one of the big things that we didn't really talk much about in that video is that there's a full game rebalance in there that will kind of make it so that pretty much everything that you might think that you know about how the skills are balanced is all kind of changing around quite a lot. And that's something that will just change the meta very significantly. So the next question that we've got here is about whether there's any plans to reintroduce some of the crafting currencies to allow players to access more advanced crafting options. Well, as you might have seen in the presentation, I think after the point we asked that question, we have actually reintroduced some PoE1 crafting options, but there are also some that we would never reintroduce into PoE2, and that's because we do want to make sure that we don't end up with a crafting system that feels overwhelming, especially from early game. We want to make sure that the crafting options are kind of, start to become more advanced as you get into the game. But also we have to be incredibly careful to prevent things that would devalue items on the ground from dropping. One of the big issues that we have in PoE1 is that ground items are like incredibly valueless, which is definitely not a problem that PoE2 has. But if we were to there are certain changes to crafting that if we did them would effectively mean that nothing on the ground would even matter. So I think that that's something that we should try and really avoid. The next question is about will spares be available on other classes? So in our game generally, we don't restrict any weapons to particular classes. Really, the purpose of the class, it provides you a starting point where you're going to find a lot of relevant skill points on the passive tree, but it also provides kind of a stereotype that players can then look to in terms of how they're going to build their character. You start off with a spear, you're very likely to keep using spears, but you can technically use them on any class, and due to our weapon swap system, you can combine a spear build with another weapon type if you like. Like people do build weird builds like that. So yeah, technically any class can use them. And the other thing as well is with our Ascendancy class designs, we often try to make sure that the Ascendancy classes have like an obvious way that you would use them, but also there's no technical restrictions on how you can use them. So we don't reference specific weapon types in our Ascendancy classes. We keep them open in ways, like even, for example, if you look at the ones that we have on the Huntress, you'll notice that there isn't anything that references spears there at all. It's all talking about projectiles and things like that. We try to keep things generalized so that they can have a wide variety of applicability. The next question is regarding balance. Can we expect frequent adjustments throughout each new league, or will changes arrive on a fixed schedule? And there's a growing sentiment in the community that the game is being treated more like a full release than early access title when it comes to balancing. So this is 100% correct. And as I said, we got heavily punished when we tried to treat it like early access with regard to making balance changes. People got incredibly angry in the first couple of weeks. So therefore we just said, no, we can't even do this. We do actually have to be doing balance changes only when you have seasons, and I think it probably will work better in the end anyway, because it will mean that we will have a it's a good chance to start again. And honestly, balance feedback from a perspective of someone who's already got a full character is actually mostly irrelevant. You do need balance feedback only from people who've started again, because the balance in the early game influences your choices towards the late game, which sort of influences how you feel about your character. If you just walk into the game after a balance change and then your character has been nerfed, you'll tend to just feel negative about that regardless of anything. So ultimately, I don't think that that was ever going to work. We kind of have to make balance changes when there's also an expectation of starting the game again. The next question we've got here is one of the interesting things about being in PoE2 is that we get to see ascendancies periodically added to the game. However, players might feel during early access that something more appealing shows up? Will there be a way to change Ascendancy in the EA, or players have to re-roll? You will have to re-roll, and it's exactly for part of the reasons I just said. Like, it's important to actually get balance feedback from the beginning of the game. If you just change your Ascendancy from one to the other, you're not going to really build your character properly. So, it's something that we just think is ultimately better to not be able to change something like that. Next question we've got is I've seen some players who don't have access to high-end PCs complaining on Steam about the game's performance, especially at Endgame. Can we expect significant changes in the game's optimization with Dawn of the Hunt? So what I will say is that we've been making optimizations kind of in the last month or so to the game, but there's still a lot more to do. I have no doubt by the time that the full release comes out that the game will be incredibly well optimized, but unfortunately our engine team has just had a lot of work, working on engine crashes and things like that. We had this really annoying NVIDIA crash that's been plaguing us, we've had 6 people dedicated just to trying to fix that for the last 3 months. There's just it's been a bit of a hassle there, but certainly, we've added metrics to the game to be able to see, for example, what skills are the ones that are causing performance problems, this kind of stuff. We'll be working on it. And there's a lot of just individual cases. So, I have no doubt that the performance will improve. And by the time we get to full release, I'm sure that things will be incredibly fast and optimized there. Next question is, any plans to improve the controller experience, such as better skill aiming systems? So we have deployed already in the last few weeks some changes to
touch in Ingenuity will not work
how
with the
aiming
Parrying.
works on controller.
We're
So
gonna
if you
check it
haven't
out in a
tried that in
second.
the last few weeks, I'd suggest that you give that another go. So that already did help quite a lot. But a lot of
Apparently
it comes
Wonkus
down
is
to
saying
just individual
something.
skills. We're still working on it. There's been a lot of changes. It is definitely something that we're working on all the time, that the controller guys are constantly focusing on trying to improve that. And it really just the devil's in the details. The next question is there any work being done to improve the Ascension trials? I mean, I don't know that there's anything specific that I would list other than just the fact that
Tactician
it's
looking
included in
good.
our balance pass.
Tactician seems like the maybe worse, but also the most underwhelming new preview. I mean, the totem stuff is kind of strong, and maybe that's this artillery fire could be good, but I don't know. Really, I don't really have any plans to make a tactician right now. I want to try Huntress, maybe another Huntress, and then, maybe gonna do something like a Galvanizing Shots Merc finally. And then I want to try the Blacksmith guy, which sounds really fun. Maybe there's gonna be a new mace skill thrown in, or some rebalancing or so. That could be good. We'll see.
Random example, I know that we found a couple of days ago that the bosses at the end of the Ascension trial had more life than they were supposed to have, and things like that. I mean, there's just little balance changes like that, but I don't think that there's no kind of large overhaul of the Ascension trials being done in Dawn of the Hunt in any case. Next question is there any plans for an in-game auction house? I wouldn't say that there's a plan for an in-game auction house exactly, but there are changes to trading that I am keen to make. I don't have anything to announce at this point, but there's definitely something that I want to look into doing more of during the early access period. So there'll be something we definitely want to test there. The next question is, how many more content updates such as Dawn of the Hunt are being planned before the game leaves early access? Well, the answer to that is that we want to be doing them every 3 months, and it is still our intention to attempt to get the game out in 2025. It's possible it would slip, but that's still kind of our goal. So effectively, it's going to be however many 3-month periods we have between now and then. Now, one thing that I will say, though, is that
maybe 3 if you're kind of
we
stretching a
also
bit
are
into
planning on doing more smaller
January.
updates between the beginning of between the release of Dawn of the Hunt and the next update as well, just because we didn't really do so many of them for 010, and I think that we can probably do a few more things there. Not so much like content, but just more quality of life improvements and things like that. So we'll probably do a little bit more of that. There was various disruptions that sort of led to the point where we weren't able to do too many of those. So ideally we can do more. The next question is, how are you and the team doing? Getting enough sleep, work-life balance good? So actually, before early access released, we had a pretty terrible overtime situation where things had gotten really bad and people had kind of gotten used to working overtime all the time. And so we actually, as soon as that launch happened, we just set a policy in the studio of nobody is getting to work overtime voluntarily anymore. It's like we're just cutting it all out. And we actually had a huge amount of complaining because there are tons of people who are like, oh, but I want to finish this and I want to finish that. And we actually had to take quite a firm stance about it of we're not going to actually be allowing overtime for a while because we actually need to detox on overtime as a studio. It's bad if you kind of get into the habit of doing it because it'll just get worse. So it actually was quite painful because we had so many people coming to us of like, I need to work these extra hours, etc., etc., and we just basically had to say no, we're not going to let it happen. Now, obviously, just before the launch, the last couple of weeks, we're kind of approving certain things again, but basically, yeah, we just wanted to make sure we didn't get into a bad habit because it's so easy to do that.
But the game release is May 2025. Okay. Who really believed that at any point? I mean, they said 6 to 12 months is their target, and 12 months ends in December. So I guess you could stretch it a little bit and then say, okay, like end of December or so, and then have like 3 update periods. But I think even that is like very optimistic the way it's going. Like they brought 1 class, there's 5 classes missing, there's 3 acts missing. Like I don't know when they're gonna do all that stuff. So let's say they have 3 more updates. They need to bring like 2 classes, 1 class, and like all the acts somewhere in between. I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting topic about this, like, forcing people to not take overtime, even though they want it, which is interesting. But I guess it's like not a bad idea to kind of like, put like a full break on it at some point and then kind of like, as you said, detox, and then just kind of like let it go wild again over time, and then you detox again. So it's not a bad way of doing it, I guess. Seems like an insanely good company. Yeah, it definitely looks like it from the outside at least. Guess all 3 acts in the same updates makes sense because of the cool thing. Yeah, I agree with that. And honestly, this is potentially something they could even like keep as like one of the big features to implement in the actual 1.0 launch, right? Like they're gonna like do the 1.0 launch, and then this is like now you have all the acts, you have the full story, people finally get to play the whole thing from 1 to 6, and then like you have like a bunch of new bosses that suddenly get introduced, and like a bunch of like endgame encounters, maybe like a new pinnacle boss with Marius, and who knows what, right? There could be like really cool stuff kind of like coming out together with that. That now that all the assets are done and they're finally releasing it, and there's like spoiler-free environment and so on. They can like do a lot of stuff all at once in like the big 1.0 launch. So I think honestly this is what they should do. There's like not really too much risk with like campaign stuff of being like giga buggy or so, I imagine. So as long as they make sure that it's like well polished and there's not really problems coming up, then they could probably do that as like the 1.0 launch. And maybe have all the other classes and stuff in the game by that point already, so that every class is tested, every weapon type is tested, and it already has we've seen like an iteration or so. Because I think like bringing out a class at some point, and then there's like a lot of potential for stuff to be broken and whatnot, right? I feel like the campaign is like a safer bet for like an untested feature to release with 1.0 that brings a lot of hype. What could be buggy? Some item bases that will probably come with acts. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see like a high risk of something like that be causing issues or so, but who knows? Yeah. Might be something minor. One class, and game will match of classes. They're already saying the game might launch without all classes. Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll do that as well. Maybe it's like 1-1-1, and yeah, something like that. It would be kind of weird though to release the game and then say this is now the final launch, like the launch patch 1.0, and they don't actually have the original scope completed, that they set out to do with the 12 classes and all that. But I guess it's not such a big deal.
I guess that's just a random inside baseball thing about that. So the next question is, how's the player engagement with Path of Exile 2 after 4 months? So, obviously, like retention for this compared to previous PoE leagues has been incredibly high, higher than a normal league, but ultimately we are still a seasonal game, right? Like the expectation of a player is that you play the game for a month or maybe 2 months, and then you probably quit, and then you come back and then you play the next season. So one of the key things with this season launch is going to be like we've got a bunch of new players. They're not necessarily used to that kind of model. Like kind of getting them to the idea that every 3 months you re-roll, you create a new character, you play through the new content, and then you don't have to kind of burn out on it, right? Like you can just eat your fill. Leave, come back later. There'll always be new content for you. So this one's going to kind of be an interesting one to sort of because the player base has expanded so much and not necessarily everyone is sort of understanding that message. Because I think a lot of game companies, they kind of try more the approach of like they drip feed content continuously to try and keep people playing forever, which is just not what our model is. So overall, like as I said, retention is higher than the past. It'll just be the real question though is always like how many people come back for the new launch, and then how many people come back for the launch after that. As a side note, I totally expect that 020 will have a smaller launch peak than what 010 had, and that's just because you've got a bunch of people who tried the game for the first time. They're not necessarily going to come back. So, but the true test is going to be how 030 does. So 020, it's just a question of what percentage comes back, but it'll almost certainly be lower. And then with 030, hopefully then we're growing again. So that's kind of how I expect things to go. But that'll be the test of sort of how successful PoE2 is. The next question is, have you seen any positive results given the new overtime directive? I would, as I said, it's not really a question of positive results per se. It's just a question of making sure that we don't burn out the team, right? So, like, the positive result is people not leaving, which is obviously something that, like not getting burned out and not having these issues. Our retention as a company is very good and, always has been. I was just seeing, it was getting a bit scary with regard to burnout, so that's the reason why we had to do that.
I had a lot of fun with Warrior, and the new Ascendancy looks really nice.
Next question is, could we see a full release as early as 2025? So I am very much, trying to get that to be the case. It's definitely my intention to try and do that. But, it could slip. I'm not going to completely...
Holy tier 3 stuff. Yeah, we're watching, this is like an interview from, what is this channel called? Destin. And they were just talking about the patch and like some, behind the scenes stuff and whatnot. And now it's like answering a few more things. Yeah, like some of the stuff's like overlapping with like the Q&A from yesterday and so on. But no, bunch of interesting stuff.
I have a schedule that will get us there by the end of 2025. It's just that sometimes you don't meet every schedule, and I'm not going to promise anything at this point, basically. But as I said, that is my intention. That's the schedule I'm going to try and keep. We just, you always try and do as good as you can. Plans for new acts? Absolutely. So there will be 6 acts by the time the game goes into early access. One question a lot of people have is, are you going to be releasing one at a time? Are you going to have them at full release? My current belief, and we could still change this, my current belief is that we'll probably put them in one at a time, which will cause a few funniness things around like how the progression of the game goes, but I think it is important to test that stuff because it's very difficult to really get people to really finish things until the point where it's actually going to be released. So I suspect that would actually cause the game to take longer to come out if we didn't release the acts one at a time. The next question is, do you have any plans to make a version for macOS? Yes, we absolutely do. I have so it's currently running on macOS, but I don't think we were going to officially relaunch it for 020 yet. And I think that's just because we hadn't really had a time to really optimize for that yet. There's a version working on macOS right now internally. We just need to get it to the point of, actually being, good enough and like getting testing for it and everything. So I don't think it was quite ready for 020, but almost certainly 030 will have macOS support. But this seems like it's probably going to be the last question. So, thank you guys very much for, unless we get a couple more. Thank you guys very much for coming, and hopefully you enjoyed what you saw, and hopefully we'll see you again for the next for the actual launch of the game, and also potentially for the next update as well. What was my favorite question today?
Check this out later, actually.
It's honestly a hard one. All right, so we've got another question here. the addition of more gem skills will increase that. Were there any new combos that were enjoyable, successful internally that you could highlight? Okay, so probably my favorite combo for the Huntress is the stuff with the ground effects, where you suck it into the tornado and then can fire at other tornadoes. It makes for a really long combo chain where 2 parts of the combo chain are actually the same skill, and that's something I actually want to try and repeat again in the future, because it was quite fun. Like, sort of like have a skill that combos into like several other steps, but then has the same skill back in the combo again later. So that's kind of a fun one, and that's probably what I'm enjoying the most. So yeah, thank you very much for coming, guys, and always have a good time doing these press tours. So yeah, and hopefully you enjoy the game as well. Thank you very much.
This interview is brought to you by people just like you. This first launch.
Okay. It was interesting to listen to him again. Based on info giving as a ritualist Amazon angle. I mean, people are like hyped for the 3rd ring slot, but apparently it's not going to work with stuff like ingenuity. But on the other hand, like you're trying to base this around like, just this one in-game item, so it will take a long time to even get there and get one, right? So we'll see, I guess, how this will go. Ingenuity might get nerfed, and it might not work at the 3rd ring slot, and so on. I'm trying to figure out how accuracy works, because I want to figure out like if this accuracy node is actually good. But let's see this here.
Flame, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them. The ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The unfurled finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck. Taking
Okay, it says additional ring on your finger around the neck. So maybe this actually means that like these slots are not affected by the additional ring effect slots. But there is this note here. Yeah, it's actually shown right now. Mystic Attunement. 25% increased bonuses on accurate rings and amulets. So if that actually means that you have like the amulet buff here, then you would buff it at least down to 25%. And then you have to choose, okay, if you have Ingenuity, which of the 2 rings are like the big ones that you want to buff in the bottom slots, and then which is the other one that you don't want to buff that much, for example.
Increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you get like the +1 ring slot, and then you have a total of 4, right? There's like 1 amulet and 3 rings, and then you get a 25% bonus, so you effectively get a next time 1 again, right? So it's effectively like you just get, like if you count it all together and like, amulet is equal to ring or something, it's basically instead of 3 slots, you have 5 slots by taking those nodes, which is kind of interesting to think about, even outside of like ingenuity stuff and so on. Imagine hardcore, you have 10 fingers on death, you lose 1 slot. Okay. Kinda scuffed.
Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short...
It says one of the modifiers, but it actually gained 4 buffs. Look at this.
...of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
And you also, he has like the fire explosions, he has the bubble, he has like the, I think it's like the elemental resistance aura or something. Would it be multiplicative of ingenuity, the extra buff? I think it's also additive, if I'm not mistaken. So we can check. It says increased bonuses gained from rings, so since both of them are increased, it will be additive. So that dilutes the value. The one from mobs is all mods, the one they cast with other mob is 1. Oh, okay. It seems like the one that you use on yourself is like just not really that impressive.
Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse.
But like, I mean, if you can get like a lot of duration on it and you can actually cast it, let's say every 6 seconds or something, but then you have to like kind of like stand there and cast it every once in a while to then maybe get some buff. Like, it depends like what kind of buffs you can get, I suppose. It says grant a random monster modifier, so I guess it does have like a list of what you can get and so on. But like probably half of the stuff is completely pointless, I guess.
Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself.
Like, I've entered in the game, it's not even like that impressive.
For those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars, causing you to deal more.
So what part is the weakness? Is it like the bright part or the dark part? I guess the bright.
More damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars.
But he did like a big hit after all.
Causing you to deal
Reveal weakness against rare and unique enemies, 50% more damage against enemies with open weakness.
more damage.
And I guess the idea is that, you know, when the weakness is about to end, you try to like one big hit to kind of like, you know, carry it over to the next weak spot as much as possible.
Those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and Asmeri Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana. So those are the two new Ascendancies for the Huntress. But those are not the only Ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new Ascension class for
Okay, I mean, it's not really that much more to really see here about the ring stuff. But, yeah. It definitely sounds like this will not apply to the third ring, basically. The way that this is worded here. And this also the Alien Leech is wild. And we discussed this yesterday with a Khan. And he says like he tried some leech stuff on like Warrior and so on, and like he just got like a 0 leech from it. Apparently leech is like really undertuned right now. So even if Alien Leech is a thing, which, you know, suddenly allows it to be used with a lot more builds, it seems like Alien Leech is just like not really doing much. Or like Leech in general. Because like accuracy or ring stuff seems most useful. On Ritualist. Wait, is Ritualist? No, Ritualist is not the one with the accuracy stuff. That's Amazon, I think, no? Oh, wait. This is the wrong one. What was that? I think I closed it. Find it. Where's the kids? Yeah. Yeah, I would really like to understand how good is Critical Strike with the accuracy stuff. Actually, I wanted to log in and see how much accuracy do you have. You also wanted to check aggravating bleeding, actually. But I had this patch earlier, so I couldn't. Let's see. Amazon feels quite strong, but also kind of basic, like Invoker, safe pick, but boring. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be boring at all. I feel like I think Invoker right now is like way too, like, you know, structured around the bells. It seems like every build just has bells because they're ridiculous. We're gonna really nerf them and stuff, but yeah. I want to check bleeding and accuracy. Let's see if we can find like some info. Actually, I want to see like how much accuracy do I actually have on a character, for example. God. Bleeding deals 100% damage, 100% extra damage while the target is moving, or if the bleeding is accurate. Okay, so it just does the same thing as moving the target. And then it can do the same thing with Ignite. So it can make a bleed do double damage and an Ignite double damage. That's like one of the unique items that I wanted to check. But it's like a side. Let's go my Ranger for this real quick. This gives accuracy, so it's probably not stat stacker. Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely open up some stat stacking. But I mean, okay. 500 dex is 2.5k accuracy, 400 is 1k, so there's definitely a difference there. It's actually a pretty significant amount of accuracy you get there. So here I have accuracy 3,500. And we have a 100% chance to hit in 2 meters. Gonna remove some accuracy. It's gonna be a disaster. Because I need the next. Thank you, Wizak, by the way, picked this up. Resolve accuracy and tree, including attack speed scaling. Yeah, I know that actually. I considered this like for a build at some point. It's here. So that's kind of interesting. So let's say you have like 5k accuracy. That would actually be like 20% attack speed. And 5k is like very doable. I have 3.5k here. There's no precision here. Literally right next to the spear nodes. Yep, that's actually... It's actually pretty legit, I think. Attack speed of spears, damage of spears, damage of spears, damage of spears. It sounds like they're all placeholders. Like, what is this? I'm pretty sure they're all placeholders now. Compared to this and this and this. Something else I could do is like easily remove some accuracy here from my setup. Is Spectre be only viable in which? I doubt it. Spectre could potentially be like really good for everyone. If you don't have like a really important like Spirit Gem and you can actually make them like somewhat live. Maybe get like a nice aura or whatever. Or some in a starting area in a V shape. True. Yeah, I don't want to like respec too much and stuff right now. I just want to kind of like check. This thing is 20 accuracy and dex. Let's see if I have like another cover that has dex. Do I have a unique for at all, I wonder? Fuck. What about the warrior? Let's see what my warrior is at. Goes at a gemling. That's my warrior. As long as that evasion node and ghost wave could be viable. Which one is that? Evasion. Evasion value from body armor is halved and then double from helmet, glove, and boots. Yeah, it's gonna be kinda interesting. The Stalking Panther node is not bad. So you still have 100% chance to hit in 2 meters. And this has only half the accuracy. I'm at 1800 instead of 3.5k. So that's the 100%. It's only for 2 meters, so I don't know. 1400, it's still 100%. I don't have like resolute technique, right? No.
Play it maybe. Go.
I don't think about accuracy in any character. Like the many characters like here, I did notice there was a problem. Like I actually had to get a bit of accuracy to make this work. But the thing is, like, you know, for ranged characters we have no idea. I really hope they're gonna buff the tool a bit. Because it doesn't tell you anything, man. Look at accuracy, like, you know, you don't know how much you hit. It's kind of stupid. And it's also like, you know, I don't know like how much accuracy do we need to like get more than 100% chance to hit, right? There was like this formula here, so we can see this again. So uncapped chance to hit is attacker's accuracy times 1.5 times 100 divided by attacker's accuracy plus defender's evasion. So now the question is, how much does like a typical monster have as evasion? There we see like monster stats. Where are they? Homebox, breach, ritual. Anyone? These are items. Here, out of ash, damage, armor, no evasion. Okay, let's just, I don't know, I guess we can check some monsters somehow. I don't really use this website very much. An interesting question for tacticians now, that because menaces to be affected by accuracy from range. Well, the thing is that we're talking about like Huntress Ascendancy though, right? And this is like for like group play or something. Which one is that again? You might use cover. Defend with 200% armor, enemies have accuracy penalty against you based on distance. That's what I mean. The evade chance is 90. It's definitely kind of interesting. Okay. Exactly, Nika. That's what we're doing. Yeah, I really can't like get an idea here. Quest, acts, gem, character class, default. I want to see monsters. Is there like any kind of database on monsters? Like, game. Can't find the man. The Shayuda monk that I created. Wait, why? It's like one of the strongest builds I've played. That was pretty good. Wager. And these are all of the like okay, complete with like 10 chaos ops and then get 10 extra or something. These are all of the different outcomes. Actually, feeder vine ops. Green elements. Kind of like random stuff like this here, okay. There's a monster DB. How the hell do I see the monster database? Yeah, quest, monster. Bestiary. This looks like something maybe. Monster default, monster stats. So here's like evasion, accuracy, life, armor, experience. So I guess this is like kind of like a generic modifier to everything, and then you know like different monster types have like a multiplier to each of their stats or something. Yeah, looking at this here, like level 83 monsters for example, which is 83 is tier 18, right? So they have how much accuracy? Evasion. Very little actually, 700 evasion, that looks like nothing. Now we can actually test this and see if this is true what it says here. So my warrior had like 1400. That's 1.5. Oops. It's 100. Divided by 1400 plus 700. So that would lead to exactly 100%. And the thing is that this assumes my level enemies, right, on level 93. How does that actually work? Monsters cannot be 93, so it would just scale down my accuracy, right? Which doesn't make much sense either. 1800, okay, so how can I remove accuracy? Here's dex. Okay, he has 1398%. Let's try this again. Okay. It seems to kind of check out actually. Like assuming that every monster has the same evasion, right? Dude, the math is mathing. It's actually wild. And I didn't even like perfectly round this. Or rather, I did round it, and I should have taken 691. I took 700. But okay. Seems like it is actually mathing. Okay, so let's say we hit like 5k accuracy or something, right? Let's just say 5k. So it's this times 1.5 times 100 divided by 5.7. So in that case, you would have a 131% hit chance. Gain additional crit chance equal to 25% of excess chance to hit with attacks. So we gain like 8% crit. That sounds pretty awful actually. And I guess this is like, no. Does it then get increased by increased crit chance? It's not base crit, right? It's just kind of like added on top of it, I guess. I don't think you can like further multiply this with increased. It says additional crit chance. Can we still get a drop? I don't think so. Is it base crit? Yeah, 4 basic decks can only have 4 supports, so I will get 5. That's 790. Is there any other examples of additional crit chance? Too many windows open, man. Holy. Okay, let's see. There's nothing on the tree. Ah, wait a minute. I think I remember there was something like +1 flat, right? Was that here? Okay, here it says attacks have +1 to critical hit chance. It's not 1% additional. It's different. Gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of excess chance. Yeah, I would be kind of surprised if this counts as base. Eye of Winter. What's Eye of Winter do? It's critical weakness. Okay, critical weakness causes hits against enemies. Have 0.5% chance to crit. Can stack up to 20 times. Yeah, 0.52 critical hit chance. So this is certainly after all the other modifiers, because it's like a debuff on an enemy. So this cannot be further multiplied, right? This is not base crit. Or? I don't know. You roll like 5% base on... Yeah, okay, let's see what it says on the items. If you put crit. Here it also says 5% 2 critical hit chance. I win as base crit 100%. It's actually kind of interesting. You could actually like try to throw in like an Eye of Winter in like, you know, any crit build, right? Because it just applies the debuff. Like some cast on something. What is that? Inflicts critical weakness on hit. It's actually not part of the description, the critical weakness. It's just like in the tooltip in the, like the blue lines, but it's not actually part of the text. It's used everywhere for casters with cast on X. Yeah, it seems pretty good if you go for crit stuff. If that's actually base crit and you actually get like 10% base crit, it's kinda cracked. Cast on shock, Eye of Winter. Then you love Spirit then. If you go to Archmage, it's 100. And then you need cast on shock is another 60. You need like a big roll. So the question is, would the critical strike thing be good enough if it's not interacting with increased crit chance? How much increased crit chance do we have? That's like another question. Like how much do we actually get? $10, $20, $30. So why is this not lighting up? What? 40, 50, 100. $10 or $30. So I don't know, I'd say like 150% increase, maybe 200% increased. There's like not really increased crit like anywhere in a gear, right? Maybe jewels can have that? Maybe? Not sure that's even a thing. here. So you can probably get to something like 250, 300% or so if you try a little bit. Increase. So there's like 8% increase. 8% would then become, let's say, triple. So like 24%. Helmet and Amulet. Amulet in PoE1 can have crit. Can it have in PoE2? Wait, let me see. Yeah, Helmet can have crit actually, that's true. Actually, there is crit chance here and crit damage bonus. This gives you 100% more crit if you're looking at one shot. Yeah, okay. New patches on Friday. But at least that totem's good now. I guess wait for the patch notes. They made like some nice note for it on the Mercenary Ascendancy, but we'll see. Keyboard value is 100%, twice as much. Yeah, I guess we have to wait and see. It's like kind of hard to say. This would have to be like confirmed. If there's like base crit, you get like 25% of this. Like, okay, how much accuracy? Let's try to do like another sample calculation with like more accuracy. Let's say we have 10,000 accuracy times 1.5 times 100 and divided by 10,700. That would mean only 140% chance to hit. It actually doesn't go up very much, to be honest. What if I have 20,000 accuracy? Like, it actually barely goes up. 5% more hit only. Like, it can actually not really go much beyond. It's kind of wild. Like, the divisor is just, like, way too big. 3,000 accuracy. It's 121. 4,000 accuracy. 28. 5,000 accuracy. 31. 6,000. 34. Yeah, so I don't think we really want to go much beyond, like, let's say 5k accuracy. Because the investment just becomes so large. So this is probably what you can expect. You get like 25% of like around 30% overcap hit chance. So this is like 7 to 8% or something. I think chance rate is 150% cap anyway from PoE1. Why is there such a cap? What's the point of investing in Ascendancy for crit chance and still need to pick up 250% on a tree? Well, I mean, in PoE2, if you play like a crit build, you would typically not crit all the time, you know, unless you do like some wild magic, like Eye of Winter attack on, you know, Blood Mage or something. So, you know, most crit builds just don't have enough crit chance to even get anywhere close to 100% crit chance. You're gonna have like, you know, 30% crit chance or 45% crit chance, and then like a, you know, 300% crit multi or something. So if you can actually boost that crit chance way higher, then you can suddenly unlock like, you know, a much more potent modifier. And then you can also stack more crit damage and you have like generally just more damage output. There's no need for the cap. Yeah, it kind of like flattens out the curve basically, the higher you go. But yeah, TLDR, if this critical strike thing is base crit, and you can multiply this with increased crit, then you can get easily 20% crit chance or something on this. Which would make this like a worthwhile Ascendancy node. I mean, there is a cost of like over-investing into accuracy. You need like a lot of accuracy. So you need like have a precision, and then you need to have like, you know, a juicy accuracy roll somewhere, a bunch of decks somewhere, and so on. And then you're kind of getting somewhere. Maybe we even pick up like some accuracy wheel. There's probably a bunch of decent ones. So first of all, this here as well. If you have, let's say, 5k accuracy, boom, 20% attack speed, that's kind of nice. It's not terrible, it's not terrible. You can do this. There's definitely like an auto pickup here. Accuracy rating of one-handed. Now the thing is that I wonder if this would actually apply, because like it's specialized, right? It's like conditional, only with one-hand melee weapons. I wonder if this would actually count into this. As long as you're using a one-handed melee weapon, would you have the higher accuracy and then get the higher attack speed? I'm not sure about that. Just shit on flat. Yeah, this is the flat note. This is after that, right? Attacks using weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of the accuracy on the weapon. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. With spears, I imagine they will probably have like kind of like the lower ranges, kind of like I think bows and so on. They have kind of like lower ranges of like two-handed weapons, for example. I guess they have like more like one-handed weapon ranges. Alright. And you made like some examples here, actually in this planner. But here we did socket iron runes after all. 900 DPS, by the way. These are not safe somehow. Spears. And we should have the same, no? Helix Spear, 37 to 38, 68. I think you have like the same stuff here. It's like the same data mine. Same start requirements. Looks about right, yeah. I mean, realistically, all of them are changed and rebalanced and stuff anyway. And some of them probably have like way more crit chance than others and whatnot. Hey, Bassett. Nice to see you, man. It's 1 of 10 base crit. Yeah, Sea Glass Spear. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a sufficiently high enough base. But the damage is definitely much lower. So, who knows, maybe they can rebalance this a bit. We'll see. I do wonder if, like, for example, some monsters have like a lot more evasion than this here, where this would like really change things a little bit. So how can I... Like they have like Harbinger stuff here, what is this? Can't be found. Okay, I just kind of copy pasted this entire thing here. How do I find bosses? Expecting patch notes. Sometime next week they said. Map boss. No, you can't click on this. Xashed. Okay, let's try Xashed. Can we see his stats? Okay, here we go. Accuracy, 100%. Damage spread, critical bonus. Attack distance. Here, evasion rating 644. It's like nothing. 644 base stat times monster type multiplier. Now it would also be interesting to like check what does the accuracy do what that monster has. 3200 sounds like a lot. But let's say 8,204, and let's say the player character has like 20,000 evasion. So that would actually only give like a 20% chance to hit. 20,000 evasion. Even against like a pretty high accuracy target. At least it looks like a high accuracy target. How's this here? 183 accuracy. 1.7k, so it's like half of Xashed, for example. Hey, danger, by the way. Might get scanned by evasive monster mods. I mean, that's not really such a big problem, I think. You know, sometimes you find like some evasive guys, okay. It's not a big deal, I think. Definitely interesting, this critical strike and penetrate node. So I wonder if I make a Huntress, will I actually go for this? Only if there's like some synergy with crits, I guess. Like the skill I use has to have some synergy with crits, because otherwise I'm not sure if we want to go that deep on it. Reveal weaknesses against rare and unique enemies, which is on more damage against enemies with an open weakness. That seems kind of strong. And we saw this like in the video, it seemed like roughly half the bar was weaknesses. So basically half the bar disappears 50% faster. Which would mean... How do you calculate that? In like 16% less time to kill something, basically, if you have uniform DPS, which counts as a 20% more multiplier, which is actually a very strong Ascendancy node. It's like the typical Ascendancy node is more in the range of like 10%, 10 to 15 maybe. So it seems like a pretty strong node, and if you have like, you know, some big hitters, you know, if you do like a Hammer of the Gods, the entire Hammer of the Gods will do 50% more damage, regardless of how little of the weakness is left. So, you know, if you don't do like very small hits, but actually very large hits, you can actually profit from this. Yeah, this is good for like the bleed stuff, like night stuff, Hammer of the God stuff, like, you know, lots of things actually. Like even the explosive, you know, spears you can throw and so on. Like for any kind of like ignite stuff, or like aim stuff, this is actually good, yeah. Even poisons, to be honest, right? If you want to do poison shenanigans. But I guess you're probably gonna go on Pathfinder for that. And then you have in for the kill. 20% increased movement speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. 40% increased skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. It sounds kind of weak to me. I mean, okay for bossing. But other than that, it's cool because there's movement speed. But I think the reality of this is it's going to be up weight a little. So let's go Amazon, no longer break your weapons. Dude, the best part is you can now actually recombinate your accuracy weapons and you don't have to be sad about them. Yeah, either way, I think this in for the kill is not a good node. Now here's an interesting one. Life plants also recover mana because of life. But do you want to sacrifice 2 points? Not sure. Life each recovers based on elemental damage as well as physical. Yeah. Infuse weapon. We saw this somewhere. It is a chance for infusion to not be consumed when infusing a projectile. So you get on average double the amount of infusions. I think infusion is not much different from just like adding an AoE attack or something to the existing attack. Let's see if we can find it. I think I've seen it somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Yeah. Grants your weapon infusion projectile attacks without weapon consume infusions to infuse the first projectile fired, causing it to explode. Actually, it does say 612% attack damage. That seems like a very high number. That's like almost perfect strike level of attack damage. All the footage they showed had weakness covering a combined total of 50% of monster life, so probably 50. Okay, so I wonder if it's like always like kind of the same distribution or like random per monster, but if there's actually 50% weakness, that's actually kind of good. Now the thing is, it's not 50% uptime because the, you know, half of the life you spend faster than the other half. So that's the calculation I just did. You know, basically what you have to calculate is, you know, half of the life, 50%, divided by 1.5 because it disappears 50% faster. So you spend 33% of the regular time. Let's say that, you know, like I need 100 seconds for a monster. Now we would need 33 seconds to do the vulnerable part, and then 50 seconds to do the non-vulnerable part. So it will be 83. And then the gain here would be 100 divided by this. So the gain is 20% more damage. That's how you have to calculate this. Any benefit of starting over on a new server? Yes, you get to play with everyone else and don't have a fucked up economy. Until the next big, you know, problem happens, I guess. The issue with the weakness is getting to it perfectly without tipping it over to set up the hammer. Yeah, I mean, I think realistically, you probably don't have to think too hard about it. You know, it will depend a bit on like the fight as well, right? For like a boss fight where it's like actually like a, let's say, a 1 minute boss fight, you have enough time to actually micromanage the weakness a little bit with like some auto hits and whatever. And you don't necessarily have to go like, you know, super try hard, try to get to like the last little slice and then drop the hammer. You know, it's fine if there's like a bit of an overlap and whatnot, right? So I wouldn't like try too hard to really worry about this. But if you time it, it could be pretty huge in some cases, for sure. And then the hammer misses. Yeah, I feel like the timing positioning is much more important than for the hammer. I mean, realistically, would you even play a hammer on fucking like Huntress? Yeah, probably not, right? So, but it could still be nice in some cases where it just kind of like pops enemies, like especially like the infused weapon seems kind of nice. Infused weapon stuff is kind of cool. When you consume a power charge, trigger infused weapon. Again, 2 cold infusion. So realistically, you're gonna do a lot of frenzy charge shenanigans. It's very easy to get frenzy charges. Actually, it's also relatively easy to get power charges. One of the two is easy. Endurance is not easy. Which is kind of sad, because fire is actually somewhat useful for igniting. Yeah, realistically, you go like lightning because you get shock. I mean, it sounds kind of nice. I'll try to find out again. And like have both of them open. Okay, here. The weapon infusion, projectile attacks without weapon consume infusions to infuse the first projectile fired, causing it to explode at the end of its flight. Converts 100% of physical to cold, explosion radius 2.6, and then a lot of attack damage. So I wonder if you get like this entire infusion on top of the original projectile. I guess so, right? So you throw your spear, whatever skill you use, it gets to the end, either sticks in the ground on an enemy or something, and then it does the pop, and then the infusion is like its own thing. Yeah, it's gonna be something like Common Frenzy Resonance again, exactly. It also seems like you get a lot of Frenzy Charge generation from just Hunter skills. It seems like they said that every single ranged Hunter skill is gonna be able to consume Frenzy Charges, which is kind of wild. You do math and penetrate, in napkin math. Looking suggests the top end prefix is available. Spear page has to penetrate, almost doubling the fist DPS of the spear. But I mean, if you look at like a base spear, then yeah, maybe. But you have to consider that you actually have rolls on a spear, right? Like a good spear is gonna look like this. Okay, it's like a very good spear. This has like, you know, like T1 mods and stuff. But even if it put like, let's say 160 here, and also like this here. Okay, let's even have. Let's do 70. So tier 2. This here. I wonder what it says P0 here, by the way. That seems kind of odd. even that is like, you know, 600 plus DPS spear with like tier 2, tier 2, tier 2 into iron runes. So you're not gonna just like double that. This thing has 200, you know, like the average damage here is like 330 or something, 334 per hit. So if you have like a juicy accuracy roll, which is like, I don't know, here 550 is the max. Maybe with some sockets, 750, you get 25% of that. Yeah, it's pretty juicy, but it's not even 200. But you can definitely get a lot of damage out of it. And I do expect that the damage ranges on these spears are not going to be that crazy as like two-handed hammers or so, right? So like doing like a big accuracy roll and then benefiting from that node might be really good. And then you get all the attack speed on top of it. It's kind of nice. Actually, while we're at it, I want to do this calculation for like my character and then like a max range hit. So we had like, let's say my current range character has like 3500 accuracy, right? So we have this divided by what? What is it again? Oh, I did a mistake there. It wasn't this. So he would have 125% chance to hit. Now, if you have like minus 90%, so it'd be this by 700 plus 50. 50% chance, exactly, actually. So if you have a 90% penalty at 3.5k accuracy, you would have 50% hit chance. This does not seem like it's working. I think this mechanic is just straight up not working. Like, I would have noticed this 100%. I mean, 12 meters is pretty far. Can we see like a screenshot here? Distance? No. Let's say that the penalty scales linearly from 2 to 12 meters away. You get 90% penalty. So per meter it's like roughly 10% penalty, right? So what if I have like, let's say, 7 yards distance and lose like half of it? Yeah, 100%. Maybe that's why I didn't notice. Well, it means it's off screen. Yeah, okay. Maybe it's fine. I'm not sure if you can actually visually see when you miss. Like when you have like way too low accuracy and then you shoot like Stormcaller arrows into a pack, does the arrow just like disappear? Or does it just like kind of fly through the enemy? Like how does it actually look like? I'm not really sure. Presence is already almost the entire screen, also 6 meters, okay. Yeah, they really have to add like, you know, like a maybe like a 6 meter tooltip and a 12 meter tooltip hit chance or something like that if they want to keep this system. I mean, the system kind of like makes sense, like from a, like a, you know, logic perspective, but it's like very opaque in like how it actually works in a game because you have to like manually calculate this and you have to know how far is 12 meters and, you know, whatever, right? At least to give us like some proper tooltips there. Anyway, though, this infused weapon stuff seems very nice. Here's also the Huntress skills, we should keep that open. Can I like duplicate? Copy. I'd like to like pin this one and then like another one and then kind of like swap between them here. Is that like a thing? Share, slideshow. Set as background, okay. See, it doesn't seem like I can like kind of pin it or something. Even File Explorer. I mean, this just opens like my folder. Yeah. I mean, then I can go ahead and try to find it again. So let's keep this open here. Use weapon as well. Pictures in this press release. I should probably just start deleting some of them. So like, there's like lots of like random bullshit here. Actually, let me do this. Let me do like a shorter version of this press kit. I think that will be easier. So you have the stuff kind of like sorted. Yeah, delete. All the uniques, whatever. Like this, like this. I'm not sure we really need to see it right now. I mean, got the idea, I guess. Might do like a separate folder for the uniques. Okay, now we have like only a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's like all the ascendancies and the skills here, basically. So easy clap. Let's do this. Okay, link the leaked virtual list talent tree. It's not leaked. This is literally the press kit. You can download it from the PoE website. I have like a banner for PoE under the like in the about section on my stream. You can check there. There's a link to it, and then you scroll down to the press kit. Okay, so let's see this again. Huntress. How good is this evasion stuff here? Evasion rating from equipped helmet, gloves, and boots is doubled. Evasion rating from equipped body armor is halved. So this would like really lean into like a hybrid like ES evasion setup, right? You just get like a big ES chest that has like 600 flat ES. And the thing is that boots, for example, usually have like terrible evasion. And then gloves as well, you know, you're not really getting much there because you put like flat damage on it and knife and whatever. So the only option here that you have is maybe getting like a helmet with a bunch of evasion and some lives. Like it's really hard to make these items, to be honest. Like a body armor is kind of the carry. But yeah, I think it's fine to get away with like, you know, something like 50, 60, 70% evasion. If you can get there. Ghost Rift chest. Yeah, I don't really expect like Ghost Rift meta and stuff like that anymore. Like, you know, Ghost Rift is probably gonna get nuked or something. Azir's Disdain probably as well. So I'm not really sure how easy it will be to build like a hybrid setup anyway. But it's like a 2-pointer, so you can just take it if you want. So yeah, I think like the biggest note to take it at the start is probably the weakness stuff. Predatory Instinct. This is probably like the #1 thing to get on the first Ascendancy. And then we kind of ignore this one. I feel like it's just kind of weak. And then you go for the infusions. Because, you know, like in Act 3, you will have, like, you know, Combat Frenzy and stuff like that at some point, I think. So you probably have the stuff online. I think it's like a level 10 Spirit Gem, if I'm not mistaken. So you can get us pretty early, and then you can get infusions, and the infusions are pretty big. And then you get the other infusion thing, and then you get the crit stuff, but it's like kind of like a very late game suddenly. On the other hand, if you take this as the last Ascendancy, it makes sense. And then once you have all the points, you're gonna unspec the second infusion thing again. Because at that point you probably have enough charges anyway, you know, if you're going really fast and so on, you're gonna get charges all the time. And then you're gonna take the, you know, attacks with the physical damage. So maybe something like that. This is a pretty good Ascendancy, I guess. Anti-synergy Spectral Ward. Wait, what's Spectral Ward again? Get a chance to not consume support gem and infused weapon. That's true. Well, can you? Grand skill infused weapon. When you consume power charge, triggers infused weapon. Yeah, maybe I can. The Trickster nodes. Okay, let me see that. Maximum energy shield per 12 rating on body armor. Yeah, this one, okay. And then the other one here. This one. Evasion rating per yes on the helmet. Okay, so yeah, this is actually anti-synergy, you're right. Which is not such a big deal, I think. In fact, I think on my build, I played 2 builds like this, and I actually did not take these nodes. I took the small ones here, and then didn't take this, I think. Or maybe I did at some point. But it was kind of just like whatever. So it's fine. If you don't have like some crazy item for it, it's not really so impactful. Didn't they say they reworked evasion? Did they? Wait, that would be news to me. What do you think of the blacksmith? Yeah, blacksmith is OP. Said they were happy with evasion. What? How come? Because blacksmith is just gonna walk around with 90% all elemental rest by default. On top of having like a mini cloak of flame. That's pretty cracked, I think. And that's some other perks like, you know, extra life regen or whatever. People misunderstood the evasion thing. It was something that changed to evasion at the start of PoE2. Okay. How good are the active skills on Blacksmith Ascendancy, like temper, weapon, etc.? Temper weapon is like a huge logout angle. As we learned. Every swing of the hammer gives you 1 extra attack that is empowered. So you can like hammer away and then do like a few attacks and that's it. Good luck. I mean, other than that, like the animate thing, who knows? How much energy do you recharge usually? I think I have something like 20% per second or so recharge. Let me see that real quick. On, let's say, my monk. My monk doesn't actually have recharge. What about my ranger? I think my ranger has a bunch. Let's see how much I got there. I think by default it's like 12.5 per second and like a 4-second delay to start, right? And I kind of like doubled both. Oh, this actually looks beautiful. I have exactly 4000 ES. I charge exactly 600. I have exactly 60 delay modifier. It says plus. So is it a little slower? Okay. So for example here, like on a lich, you spend 3% of your shield per cast, which would be 120. So I can do 5 casts per second and sustain as long as I don't take damage. It's not too bad, I guess. 3% when a baseline recovery is like 12.5%. I think this is okay. The problem is just that, you know, at some points you may just not be able to attack at all because you like run too low on ES and you can't really attack, and then you're gonna be in danger because you can't fight back and you can't actually kill the thing that interrupts your charging. So that might be a problem. But 30% more damage is pretty legit. What should I do, Jonathan, when I started getting a Blood Herald? Yeah, I heard about that, but I have not seen where. Your turn knife will be broken, no way it survives. Well, that depends on what it does. I assume it does not give you one-shot protection. Because that would straight up like instantly break the game. So I think the main advantage of this is like using Blood Magic for free casts or using Life Tap for free casts. And the 10% bypass doesn't happen. And also the like 25% bypass on a serious disdain, that's like a very strong combo, I guess. So that will make that item pretty strong. And new Warrior Sensei talked a lot about it yesterday, but it's very strong. Big Eldritch Battery, problem solved. You mean for Eldritch Empowerment or what? Actually, yeah, true. If you play like a life build and then just go Eldritch Battery, or you can do like Eldritch Battery and Might of Matter, right? Like a little caster to actually do something like that. I mean, this Eldritch Empowerment node is pretty strong. You have the explodey stuff, which is really nice. 33% chance to explode, dealing a quarter of the maximum life with chaos damage. You know, and then you can scale it up to the point where like one explosion kills the entire pack, or maybe 2 explosions or so. It's gonna be crazy. Hey Sylvatic, thanks for following us. Yeah, like League starting Blackstone is gonna be really cool, I think. It's very League start friendly. Because you're just gonna like walk into maps near like a giga tank. You don't care about anything. The Mirror Ascendancy on left should be swapped. They in fact are swapped here, those two. This is wrong. Shining spells consume power charges, deal 25% more damage. That seems like such a much bigger downside than spending 3% of ES, I feel. This has 30% damage and you spend 3% ES, which you get all the time. And here, you need to get power charges all the time. How the hell do you get power charges that often? No inherent mana regeneration. Regenerate mana equals 6% of maximum life per second. It's very interesting as well, to be honest. So let's say you have like 4k life. 6% of that is like 240 mana per second. How much mana do you usually have? How much mana do I have on like This is like 1k Lana, for example, but it's a ranger. Let's check my Thork. Profane Rituation. What's that? $1,800 mana. So I actually have the same mana and life. I have 1700 life. If I didn't convert it with this. Wait. I'm not converting, it's just extra. Okay. Okay, let's say if like okay, 4k life is kind of a dream, I guess. Let's say 3k life if we try a little bit. You get 6% of that. 180 mana per second. That's a lot of mana. And this is baseline before increased mana regen, right? Like I currently have 270 mana per second. So my life pool is bigger than my mana pool. And I get 6% regen instead of 4% regen with Soulless Form. But I mean, there are ways to make the mana pool larger, at least right now, with like Everlasting Gaze and Eldritch Battery and whatever, all the shenanigans. You can get to like ridiculous amounts of mana. But I guess that will not longer be possible. So I think Soulless Form is pretty juicy, actually. Ah, Profane Ritual. Okay, Profane Ritual, you have to like sacrifice one of your minions and get a power charge, right? But you have to do this like, you know, basically once every second or something, or once every 2 seconds. No inherent mana regen means it can't be scaled. Can it not be scaled? Eternal life is broken. Why is everyone saying that eternal life is broken AF? I don't believe that at all. But let's see. I mean, one thing it does make really good is this, I guess. Azir's Disdain. It's definitely a very strong combo for it. But outside of that, I don't really see like something crazy with it so far. Besides like free blood magic, potentially. Yeah, Azir's Disdain is probably gonna get a nerf anyway. We'll see. If this is like the Ascendancy node, then I would imagine Azir's Disdain to at least be nerfed in some way. I mean, actually, would it be a nerf or a buff if they lower the bypass? How to say? I guess it would be a nerf, right? You want some of it to bypass so that you distribute the damage between your ES and your life. Like outside of Lich at least. So up everybody else and nerf for Lich. Yeah, basically. I mean, 25 damage reduction is insane in a game like this. So that would actually be very strong. Eternal life. So these are definitely like good nodes, especially if Azir's Disdain remains untouched. This is gonna be like a really good pickup. And even if they nerf a little bit, it's gonna be very good. Like even if Azir's Disdain is like another 10% or so, like this and this together, it just depends like how does this mana regen work? Can you use this mana regen and then scale it with percent mana regeneration? That would be kinda nice. Because basically you can just stack life and some ES. Get a lot of ES from Azir's Disdain because of that. Get a lot of mana regen from that. Don't care about mana regen at all otherwise. And you're kind of chilling. And then you can still go for the Unholy Might here as well, which is just like a 2-pointer as well. And then you can still go for the Jewel if you really want, but I guess the Jewel is kind of weak. So you actually go for Eldritch Empowerment, I guess. And you just say, fuck it, 30% more damage, I take it. Yes, 4% increased magnitude of Unholy Might buffs you grant per 100% maximum mana. So we would need 2.5k mana to get double the Unholy Might. I mean, 2.5k mana is pretty feasible, I suppose. or like even 2k mana or something. Like my Sorkia is almost that. I have 1800. And okay, what do we have? We have 1 juicy mana roll, 2 juicy mana rolls, 2.5, 3.5, 4. Okay, we have like roughly 4 mana rolls and another juicy one here. Actually, we have a lot of mana rolls to be fair. So I'm not sure how much more you're really gonna get outside of like serious disfavor shenanigans. Is it? Do away this. Okay. Still off mana because of in-gem requirements. I mean, I have 211 end, so I have all the in-gem requirements already long done. 100% mana ring. Let's see. Ah, here, Everlasting. I was typing the wrong name. It's Everlasting Gaze, okay. 50 mana, 29 of Exile. Okay, this doesn't actually add more mana. It's just a ES and then I guess Eldritch Battery shenanigans. But the action will probably be broken anyway, I guess. And the ring. But either way, Lich seems very powerful, so maybe you can get like all the mana stacking with the Unholy Might buff, and then, you know, potentially stuff like Mind Over Matter and so on. Or you go like full life stacking, you get like the mana here. Like life stacking and you do this and this. Or you just say fuck it, you don't stack life, you go full ES, you go this and this, that's Serious Disdain. Worst case, take the Jewel. And then you can do like, not the Unholy Might stuff, but you can do like the Profane Bloom here, or what is it called? Rupture the Soul now. You can do like the Pops. And the Extra Curse. Yeah, I feel like if you go like the Eternal Life route, you'll basically like never really finish any of this here. Because I feel like Eldritch Empowerment is something you're almost always gonna take, right? Eldritch Empowerment is just kind of like the node on this entire tree. 30% damage, as long as you have this ES thing. Now here's an interesting thought. You can actually just not play ES, right? Like there's no... Ah shit, it costs 3% of maximum energy shield. Is it like a good way to get like, you know, some like very small amount of flat ES? I guess Grimfeast, right? If Grimfeast stays in the game, you can kind of pick up a thing and then cast a bunch. But the problem is that, yeah, when you don't have Grimfeast available, it's gonna be very scuffed. So like I was thinking about maybe just going like a life build and having like, you know, basically no... What about they have 0 ES? If you have 0 ES, you can just do this for free, right? That might be a way to do it. Just go like no ES. Team Fragments is a ring. Why the hell did you get it actually? Gives increased maximum mana, can be chilled or frozen, gives a mana region. Yeah, okay. You beat products ES, so you can run very low ES. True, if you run Eldritch Battery, then your recharge can never be interrupted, right? So it doesn't really matter in that case. You can just run Eldritch Battery, but not Mind Over Matter, because if you take damage, then you'll first take the ES and you can't attack anymore. So you have to do Eldritch Battery, but no Mind Over Matter. Yeah, there's an Ascendancy gives an extra ring slot. Yeah, Mind Over Matter doesn't work to ES because ES comes first, right? If you have like Eldritch Battery and Mind Over Matter, then first your ES will be consumed, and then your mana, and then your life. So you need to make sure that the ES is not being consumed. So you can't go Mind Over Matter, basically. You just play like a life build with Eldritch Battery. And have like basically no ES. You just don't care about ES at all. Or you use like maybe like some ES to like, you know, get like lots of mana, right? It's like also an advantage. It's kind of like just regions. Either way, Eldritch Empowerment is like relatively solvable in various ways, depending on the setup, and it's just 30% damage, basically, quite easily. It's very good, I think. Now, what about the additional curse? Is additional curse actually good in this game? There's no elemental weakness, so you can't do like, you know, cold and elemental or something. So it might be good if you want to do some kind of like double elemental setup. Like you do like a lightning curse and a fire curse. I feel like Enfeeble and Temp Chains and stuff. Maybe Temp Chains could be something here. Like you do like a Despair and a Temp Chains, and then you have like some kind of like, you know, dot setup. But nah, that also doesn't make much sense, I guess. EB removes all ES unless... Oh wait, it removes them as well? I thought it just like protects your mana now. Wait. Converts all energy to mana. Oh, it works different here, right? In PoE 1 it is like has the ES on your mana. Okay, either way, you just have 0 ES. Which is fine. You know, if you have 0 ES, your spells cost 0 ES. So that's okay, I guess. Yeah, I feel like additional curse is just kind of not very good right now. So these are the options. There's 7 curses in the game. So there's like one for each element, chaos, vulnerability, it just doesn't exist. And then there's Temp Chains, Enfeeble, that's it. So basically either play like some dual, you know, elemental thing. At which point they should just make fucking elemental weakness. Why not? Why is that not in the game? Or you do like, I don't know, you know, flammability plus Enfeeble or flammability plus Temp Chains. And that's it. So like double curse is just not really that crazy, I think. But I mean, if you invest a little bit into like curse effect, maybe it's not that bad actually when I think about it. Like Enfeeble is not bad. Even unique enemies deal 16% less damage. I mean, 16% is pretty legit. Then there's effect from quality, 10% increased effect. So that actually becomes like almost 18% less damage, or even on uniques. Maybe Enfeeble is not bad. If we juice this up a bit with some curse stuff and duration, it's actually not a bad note. Just need to keep it up, so I need to do like 2 curses. But if you do like a weapon swap, Sigil of Power, Flammability, Enfeeble combo or something like that, and then it just lasts like 20 seconds, and you have like stuff like this here. Increase effect, curse duration. Which effect do we gain? Curse duration, so that's kind of nice. Increase effect. It's like 12, 18, 28, 30, 46. So you can get something like, let's say, 60% increased effect. That's 25% less damage. That's actually very noticeable. Blasphemy, triple curse, hex blast. Where's the triple coming from? Is there like a note here? Yeah, true. You can apply additional curse. You can do this, yeah. You can do a triple. How does hex blast work exactly? Okay, so it's actually not really a reason to do this, you know? If you have Blasphemy, you will just like constantly reapply the curse, no? Or is it like only once per entering the zone, and you have to like run away and then come back or something with Blasphemy? Season 45, 43 coming. No idea. I guess it... Wait, was it before or after the D4 season? I think it was like before, right? So I guess it should be like in like 2-3 weeks. Reapplies after 1 second, okay. But you don't need to run like triple curse hex blast shenanigans. But I guess it's not terrible. You have like, you know, temp chains, enfeeble, despair. Temp chains is also 22%, 28% slower. It's a lot of slow. And then with some extra effect, they're gonna be like 40% slower. That's actually a lot, man. Honestly, these defensive curses are pretty strong, if you think about it. I think this extra curse is kind of legit. This is not a bad note. Especially if you want to have some extra defense in your setup. And the biggest problem is, I guess, that the curses might not always be applied to the enemies you're fighting. But especially if you have the luxury to do like a weapon swap and then do like, you know, some extra skill effect duration, extra curse effect, extra curse duration. You can make these things like last 20 seconds or some shit. There's boots that apply curse with no delay. What's that? Work. Ah, here, Windscream. This should be a one item, but it looks very different here. Curses have no activation delay. Everything cast speed, everything move speed. I mean, these boots are pretty shit though. Like, they have barely a movement roll, barely any defense, barely any stats, and then a bunch of cast speed for it. This is kind of a bad item, I think. Windscreen. What you really need is a Fated Uniques. Stuff like this. Let's get some LP, yeah, and then put like 20% movement speed and a 35% movement speed. Easy. Either way, it looks like the entire like Lich Ascendancy is really good, besides Crystalline Phylactery, the jewel thing. Like, the jewel thing really does not seem great. Unless it works for all jewels, at which point it is incredibly busted. But who knows, maybe we're gonna find something there for the jewel stuff. And it's not like you really have to pick it up, it's just kind of like a joker piece, I guess, if you don't really know what else to pick. But I feel like pretty much any build I can imagine really wants to pick a lot of stuff, yeah. Either you go like the Eternal Life route, and then like the Unholy Might route or something. Or the Curse route, I guess. Or you'd like to do like the Unholy Might route, and I don't know, just like extra damage from Eldritch Empowerment. And then that's it. Maybe you can do the power charge stuff, maybe that's like a way to like generate lots of them. For example, if like the power charges get consumed one at a time, right? If it doesn't consume all of your charges, but it gets like, you have 5 charges and then it goes like 4, 3, 2, 1. There's like a thing where you have like a chance to get like maximum charges at once, right? That's like a support, I think. So like this you could maybe sustain it. There's a decaying hex in-stacking build there with Lich. Is that like the same support gem that we had in PoE 1? Decay. Which skills can I put it on? I remember there used to be like some weird support gem in PoE 1. Two jewel slots for 2 Ascendancy points, that's an 8-point node. It's 2 jewel slots, but the thing is that jewel slots are relatively free in this game. You know, you don't really often go like out of your way to path to a jewel. Unless it's like maybe a 2-point jewel or something. I feel like jewels are, okay, like maybe like late game and like trading and stuff, you have like options. But I feel like I don't really care too much about them. Ah, Decaying Hex, okay, I remember. Disparage. Bonus skills inflict decay, dealing 60% of intelligence as chaos damage per second for 8 seconds. I remember trying this very briefly on my 200 int character, and I literally could not kill any, like, even small white monsters. I'm not really sure about that, but maybe. Let's go Common Frenzy and Resonance. Just do that real quick, but then you need to freeze. So if you play like a cold build, you can do that. Electrocute is not happening, and Pin is also not happening. So you can only do this on a cold build where you freeze. Ending Doom is good with Archmage. Interesting. Heal base chaos damage equal to 15% of your current mana. Okay, let's say you have like 10k mana, that's 1500 base damage. That's kind of legit. But only when a curse expires. So that's a kind of big condition. Can you like override it? Can you just kind of like spam a curse? These are movement insta activated. Okay. And spell echo. Okay, that sounds kind of nice. Yeah, Unleash or Spell Echo both sounds pretty good for this. Yeah, I can definitely throw something like in there. Which do I list? What is the third Ascendancy? Oh wait, there's only 2 Ascendancies for the Huntress. So the Switch all this and Amazon. We don't get a third one. Okay. But here we have to sacrifice. Yikes. Then we have the Blood Boil, which is like only for bleed builds basically, right? That's 1 charm slot, log out, man. This is a fucking Ascendancy node. Can consume 25% of maximum mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. Yikes. Like the thing is, you can't trigger them if you don't have the charges, but the thing is like all these conditions for all these charms are like so rare that it doesn't matter, right? Like how often are your charms not charged when the condition arises? Never, right? They're always charged. Unless you do like the rarity thing. Yeah, if you do gold charm stacking, yeah, exactly, then maybe. But I don't know, even then, like even for gold charms, right? Like maybe in breaches you don't really keep up, but that's it. It's against Ice Sack on the beach, yeah. Fucking, not Ice Sack, they're fucking frozen spirits. Right, the Nick Bayron-chan and gives you an FR, I could spam that. Yeah, but you need to get ignited for that, and also like the damage seems extremely weak, right? We actually talked about this yesterday, and it seemed like an extreme meme. Maybe the new charms are better XD. I think XDD, actually. So do small nodes are brutal. It's not too bad, I think. Spirit might be kind of like whatever, you know. Sometimes you just don't really have a spirit gem to put, so they can kind of run this for free. The mana might not be a big deal if you're playing like an attack-based build. And worst case, you can take the 15 auras if you have enough. One of them mentioned a mental threshold reacts significantly nerfed since you almost never get frozen. Yeah. So basically the strat is on league start, you pick the stun threshold elixir, And then use anti-freeze charm, I guess. Keep some movement speed. Oh, that's actually nice. I wonder if this small node here is also a 3% movement speed. Same as this. It seems so, right? Because they only show this here, and then they don't show this here. That might be the same there as well. Poison mana, poison mana. Great, yeah, so it seems like if it's like the same path, the small nodes are the same. That's kind of nice. 6% movement speed or 6% movement speed? If you take the entire path here. But yeah, outside of the +1 ring slot. Okay, the increased bonuses on rings and emeralds is also nice. So it's effectively 2 extra rings. For these 4 points here. Because you get a 3rd ring, and then you have an amulet, you have like 4 slots, and they all get buffed by 25%, so you have 5. Basically. Instead of 3. That's kind of what it does. It's like not exactly accurate, but it kind of does that. But then I feel like this charm stuff is like completely trash. And then you have 5% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing life. Like, who the hell cares? And then... yeah, then you have to sacrifice stuff basically, or the blood boil. So if you play a bleed build, you can go this. But if you don't play bleed build, then you have the ring, and then you have to fucking sacrifice. And that's it. I mean, everything else just sucks. you have to take the fucking sacrifice, dude. Like, what are you gonna do, man? Like, if you want the ring, you have to do the fucking sacrifice. Like, everything is just shit. Holy man. Yeah. Like, you look at this here, and you think, like, pork, man, and pork, like, you know, like, you're porking out. Like, there is actually, like, lots of power in there, but then, like, the last 2 nodes, it's just like, oof. Yeah. Like, big oof. You don't get around taking something shitty. Like, even if, like, charms somehow become a bit more impactful and, you know, they really juice up the freezing of monsters, and... I mean, how many freeze charms can you really need? Right? So... just take small... yeah, take the movement speed. Take the 15% charm charges. Let's go. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, so realistically, you're gonna play the ring slot and the sacrifice. And then you're just gonna, like, play emo. I guess this is kind of like what it's gonna be. So, I don't know. This is the Ascendancy. Builds are too weak for last Ascendancy points anyway. Okay, easy solution. You just play with 6 points. It's fine. No, actually I wonder, like, there's like the ritual sacrifice where you stab the thing on the ground, right? And then... I know, it's the same skill actually. Ritual sacrifice can be used on yourself. To remove 20% of maximum life to grant a random monster modifier. A maximum of 1 modifier can be granted this way. So I wonder if you can, like, actually stack it. Like, you kill the monster, get all of their buffs, and then afterwards you also use it on yourself and get 1 extra. Blood Bowl can't be good. Yeah, Blood Bowl is, I think, only for bleed builds though. No? Let's see, can we see it here? Okay, so modified duration is 20 seconds, 2 seconds, so they get like a 30-second buff roughly, 8 seconds cooldown. So you basically kill a rare, do the thing, you have a half minute, and then 8 seconds later you do the thing on yourself and get another buff. Here's Blood Boil. Okay, enemies in your presence accumulate blood boils periodically, and when they die the boils pop, applying rotting blood. Okay. So I wonder if Growth of Blood counts as a spell. The thing doesn't have a spell tag, so I guess it's not spell. Blood Boil applies to non-unique enemies in your presence every 1.5 seconds. There's a more corrupted blood affliction area of effects. Inflicts a stack of corrupted blood on target within 1.5 meters per Blood Boil on slain enemy. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. I mean, honestly, I have no idea what to expect. Deals 2% of slain enemies maximum life as physical damage per second. And it just scales the area, it doesn't scale the damage. But it's a stack of corrupted blood. How many stacks do you have? I guess 10, right? So that would be 20% of the life per second. That seems interesting. A stack of corrupted blood on targets within 1.5 meters per blood boil on slain enemy. Okay, so basically the way this works is you walk into a pack. Let's say you fight it for 3 seconds. Everything will have 2 stacks of blood boil. You kill them. And then only the rare guy is left. There were like 10 trash monsters around it. Each with 2 blood boil stacks. Let's say half of them were in the range of the rare. So you have 10 blood boils that will all apply to the rare, giving you 10 stacks of corrupted blood. Removing 20% of the trash monster's life per second for 5 seconds. So 100% of the trash monster's life. That sounds awful. Like, is that just me? That seems terrible. I don't know. I mean, for clearing itself, like if you're not talking about a scenario where you kill like trash monsters around the rare, I guess it makes a bit more sense. But it seems awful. I don't know. I mean, okay, maybe if you like really scale up physical damage or bleed damage or something, then this gets somewhere. It could be like an alternative way to introduce some clearing for some builds. So I can see this being useful, but it generally just doesn't really seem crazy. Not that it's like an auto pickup or something. You need to have like a build for it, I guess. Like, first of all, your build itself, like the ability you use, needs to somehow benefit from this. You know, it needs to be an ability that doesn't clear packs easily. And then you somehow need to build into physical damage and bleed damage, I guess, to really make this worth it. You carry enemies around with the roar. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, either way, this is not something I want to really work with right now. So I don't think this is going to be that crazy, at least. Outside of like maybe some specific builds. So yeah, basically, you go ring, and you go sacrifice. And that's the ritualist. Fortune. Does the roar scale your movement speed? Yes, it has your movement speed actually, exactly. And it gives you basically what the roar does is, it gives you 100% less movement penalty for attacking or casting. That's basically what it does. I think we're underestimating how much slower we're clearing in 0.2. I played all of Warrior. It's fine. Okay, let's see, what else do we have? So we've went for the Lich. We've gone for the Ritualist. Here's a Warrior. The last one actually, right? This one as well. Let's go for this one first. Because honestly, I'm not that impressed with this whole thing. Like, the one thing I think is good here on this entire tree is the pinned enemies cannot perform actions. Like with pinning and Combat Frenzy, you can get Frenzy charges or power charges very easily. Pin is also very easy to build, and this is a separate, you know, disable that is not stun. So it's basically like a freeze, but it's very easy to build. Pin is very easy to build. And this could be really strong, but it's 4 points. That's the thing. And it only works with projectiles. But yeah, I think this could be very interesting, like defensively at least. Better than this here. Probably because his armor is probably not that great. And then evade chance is capped at 50. Fist damage reduction is capped at 50. So it kind of just like, it tries to like even out everything a little bit. Maybe it's not that bad. It's just kind of like for like a bit of like a baseline defense, but you still have to build up your armor, and you don't really want to do that. But who knows? Maybe there's gonna be like a cool new unique chest that's like armor based, and you know it kind of like works out. Almost like that. Pin that out. You don't need Common Frenzy. You don't need Common Frenzy for this. I'm just saying that the Common Frenzy is a very good synergy to then get charges if you want to use charges. For example, you could play this mercenary and use a spear, and then all the spear stuff has like some frenzy charge synergy. You can use Common Frenzy, use the pin, throw your spears, and get these charges all the time. Like very easily. So this is what I'm saying. So this is actually a relatively good node for this kind of stuff. I think there's going to be builds that really use this, and it's going to be like a very safe setup. You know, you're gonna like, you know, crazy disable bosses, you're gonna disable all the monsters. It's gonna be pretty wild how defensive this is actually. But it costs you 4 points, and then there's like only 4 more. And then what do? There's the banner shit. Who cares? No. 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 I mean, armor stun threshold, evasion, damage threshold, I mean, bleh. Bleh. Supporting fire. I mean, you don't really get around like doing something with like minions on this Ascendancy. I guess it makes sense, right? Like you can't get around it. I guess you can, if you want to only take defensive nodes, right? You can do the pin stuff, and you can do the armor and evasion stuff. And then you have literally 0 damage. But you get around the minions. Yeah, I guess the idea is you pick a one of the paths. And then, you know, something like minion stuff, yeah. But yeah, honestly, it doesn't excite me very much. I like the pin shenanigans, yeah. But I don't like pretty much anything else. Maybe there's some cool stuff you can do with the totems. I'm not sure if they're strong enough. Instead of Temporals, basic attack warrior, I'll be playing Queen of the Forest, Aurora, basic attack warrior. Holy. Minion only angle. Yeah, there's like a lot of like minion damage and like the totem thing here, and then a supporting fire there, which is also a minion skill by the way. It has a minion tag. And that's the only tag it has. It doesn't even have like projectile tag or whatever. It's literally just minion. Minions when it's scale of armors and increase accuracy rating per 3 of her dex. Minions when it's scale of armors and increase damage per 3 of her strength. And then who knows what this exactly does. But yeah, either way, I don't like it. This tactician. Good for like some group play stuff though, like this is kind of wild here. Allies in your presence gain added attack damage equal to 25% of your main hands to weapon damage. Now, I'm not sure what people actually run in teams. I know there's like a scepter where you buff your party members. But I mean, like if you have like a 6-man team and there's like 1 carry and 5 supports, then I mean you can do a lot of stuff, right? So something like this will definitely find its way in there. That alone is already pretty good. Yo, Labard. They don't get a rain of arrows given, you just destroy everything with Stormcaller. Yeah, I think I actually stopped using rain of arrows at some point as well. I'm planning to like update some of my builds for 0.2. So I'm gonna go over my planners a bit and stuff like after I get the patch notes. Maybe I'll see if I like, you know, adjust them. This is the worst Ascendancy yet. Yeah, it's kind of whatever this Ascendancy. But this one though, holy giga chat. This is good. Like my favorites here is 4 on the body armor and then the maximum rest stuff. Now it kind of like takes out a lot of the like kind of flavor here with the extra skills. That's actually cool stuff. Fire spell and hit. That could be very interesting. This is actually something we should explore and see how good that is. But we don't know exactly like, you know, how it's gonna work. Is there like any example of like, you know, something spell on hit? I don't think it exists right now. There's Mjolnir that's gonna get lightning spell on hit, and here's a fire spell on hit. But I'm not sure if we have this in the game right now. You can strike the forge on the Roar's back, surely. I mean, you need a lot of strength and deck side, I guess. 90% all res and 4 nodes is 100% to play. Yeah, unless somehow this temper weapon is like giga insane, right? If this gives you like, I don't know, 300% more damage or whatever per... I mean, it can't do that, right? That would be way too crazy. So I don't know, like this temper weapon just, he's gonna like dead on arrival. Fire spell on hit, I mean, that could be interesting. And then he like take out like 2 points here from the chest, I guess. But he can make like an entire build around this. And then the manifest weapon, I don't know how good that is. So that remains to be seen. But yeah, kind of like a standard setup will be get the maximum fire res. Get the stuff on the tree here. Especially this node, basically. So there's 2 maximum fire res per 40% uncapped fire res. If you have 120, very easy. You get 6% already. And then 7%. There's like 2 users nodes you have to pick up, unfortunately. But you get 7% right there. And then you can pick up another 3% right here. You have 10%. And you just need 5 more. Which you can get directly from the Ascendancy. Namely, flowing metal. Or you just, you know, pick up some jewels at the end. Get like some jewels. But yeah, you can do this at the start. Plus the nodes I just showed you, and you just have 90 all res. It's nuts. 90 all elemental res. So... not only that, but also like this cold stoker here, it gives you like this insane value. Like you stack fire res, and then you also get cold and lightning res. Like you just need to stack, you know, like it's free up so many slots in a gear. You can then like put like strength everywhere, and you know, like, you know, decks, whatever you need, and as suffixes, or even like some of the new essences and so on. Yeah, this is wild. Like 90% res is insane. Like if you don't know how much that does, you have normally 75 res. Going to 90 res is a reduction of 60% damage taken for elemental damage. You go from 25% damage taken to 10. Yeah, it's insane. And the thing is, you kind of get this so easily. It's just like from a tree. You don't have to do anything for this. You just walk in and you have 90 res. You know, right after campaign, basically. you're gonna chill. And then, not only that, but then you also get the fucking Cloak of Flame here, so you also have physical damage protection. So, you know, as long as you have the rest stacked, you're just chilling. You're like, nothing's gonna hurt you. You don't even need, like, you know, the 50% life that badly, or the 20% strength that badly early on as well, because it will take a while to really get there. But yeah. Like, you know, once you get like all the points from the full Ascendancy, then you're gonna pick up like the life here and the strength here. And then maybe at some point you don't need this anymore. When you have jewels, you can remove flowing metal and you can pick up like 5% life regen. 5% life regen is legit. I think it's gonna feel really good, man. You're gonna be a fucking like walking tank. You can't do cloak. Like, why not? I'm talking about this here, not the Cloak of Flame item. This is like the mini Cloak of Flame. Molten symbol. That body armor has every fucking herald of insane res, plus minus on enemies. I mean, just getting every fucking herald for free is not really such a big deal, I think. Like, how much spirit can you roll on a chest? Let's look at that. Like, how good is that chest? I don't think it's that crazy. Let's just take, like, I don't know, expert rogue armor. It's actually literally with that base, right? So this is the base, actually, that the unique chest has. Right? So it has the same, like, implicit and stuff. And, yeah, spirit, you can get 60 spirit. That's already 2 heralds. If you just have a 60 spirit roll. Like, the 3 heralds is 90 spirit. It's not such a big deal. And then, okay. Res. You can literally put like triple res. So you have that. And then, what else is on that thing? That's it, right? Ah, wait. Okay, that's like the Exile monsters don't have elemental res. So that's kind of the big thing about the uniqueness. Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of like the kicker. Enemies have no elemental res, but honestly, this is also not really so crazy, I think, because it's very easy to build pen. Like, that means you can't go into minus with this. Like, they will just be set to 0, right? No matter how much res they have, which is nice. It's like, you know, easy, consistent. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to curse shit. You don't have to invest into pen. But realistically, you can just invest a bit into pen, have a very similar effect under almost every circumstance. And it doesn't really seem like a lot crazier than like a normal chest, I think. You have a bit more spirit. You lose all the life besides the implicit. You know, you can have like 250 life. You can have a lot more armor and evasion on normal chests. Like, there's definitely a trade-off here, I think, compared to like a normal chest. If you just put like, you know, here, gear life, that's a lot of life you can put there. You can also put a hybrid if you want. Or just like, you know, choose a bunch of like, you know, armor evasion, but here, like, you can get like another 250 life, 260 life for giving up 30 spirit and this pen effect, basically. And I think this is like an okay trade, almost. Coming Calamity kind of just like solves everything at once. You don't need like, you know, crazy T1 roll of spirit and whatnot. But yeah. Exposure can bring under 0, but pen can only go to this. And with this item, it will always be 0, right? Enemies in your presence have no elemental res. So I guess it will always be 0, no matter if you exposure or not, I guess. I wonder how the interaction will work, actually. Can you use this? They all have 0, and then you exposure them. Maybe it works, actually. Since Maxwell is owned by IGN now, does that mean that Mercy info is not accurate? Yes, overnight it just like changed to being false, I guess. We specifically actually went back and edited every single article to say exactly the opposite. Yeah, does anyone know if, like, you know, would this mod work when you have exposure? Like, does it work with exposure or not? I don't know. Enemies in your presence have no elemental res. It does, it's bastard, if not, it's ass. I mean, to be fair, you're playing like some kind of like triple elemental build here. Actually, does Herald of Ash only work with fire damage? No, Herald of Ash works with any overkill damage, right? Let me see. Heralds. While active, enemies use efficiently overkill with attacks will cause an explosion that ignites enemies. Okay. So at the very least you have to play an attack build for all the Heralds. And you don't have to play a fire build for Herald of Ash. But you do have to do cold for Herald of Ice, and you do have to do lightning for Herald of Thunder. Because you have to shock them and you have to freeze them. Not just that, you have to shatter them. Yeah, we'll see how this will play out. That Calamity will be Biz armor for every attack build. Yeah, I mean, only under condition that you actually have lightning and cold damage at once. You need both of them together in your setup to even like make this work, right? So there will be very few builds that actually do that. You know, there's physical builds, there's fire builds, there's like, you know, if like, yeah, something like Ice Strike one can do it because Ice Strike has ice damage and then the charged staff for lightning. You know, that's like a pretty natural combo. But we don't. What other build does that? Like, yeah, some stuff on Huntress might do it, or some stuff on Ranger, you know, can do stuff like Freezing Salvo and, you know, Lightning Arrow or some shit, but Freezing Salvo has a cooldown, and, you know, it's kind of a struggle. Just add extra flat. Yeah, but I mean, stacking... Yeah, I mean, you can try to, like, stack the other flat damage type, I guess, of, like, the thing that you're not doing, right? Like, if you're playing Lightning Arrow, you stack, like, you know, cold damage to attacks everywhere you can. Yeah, maybe you can kind of get somewhere if you put it like on like ring, ingenuity, amulet, glove, and you know, maybe it's actually adding up. The monks that know to go do something crazy. Yeah. Either way, Coming Calamity, it's an interesting item. It's not a bad item. But it definitely is like something you really have to like think about, I guess. There's ways to use this, I think. It's gonna be relatively solid in some cases. Like the hell is just kind of like, you know, popping off and like doing all the thing, like Herald of Ice, like, you know, popping stuff. It always feels good, man. You know, it takes care of all the small stuff. Herald of Thunder helps with like the bigger guys. So it's kind of like a nice combo. Also, like the Herald of... I wonder if like the Herald of Ash should actually proc from the other Herald explosions, I guess, right? Like the Herald of Ice explodes stuff, and then the Herald of Ash just burns whatever is left, right? Because Herald of Ash doesn't even have like any requirement. Like it needs to be frozen or some shit. So I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna allow none of the Heralds to like, you know, induce any kind of status effects. But there is no status effect required for Herald of Ash. It's just overkill damage. And Heralds are attacks. So Herald of Ash will actually always activate when one of the others kills something. If that was overkill enough, then the Herald of Ash will start burning shit. So it could actually be kind of nice. At least when you're like in like a really like overpowered scenario where it's just like a blasting anything, these things will pop off. Yo, 9 mana, thanks for the sub, man. One average source of flat element is usually enough to proc the shatter. That was not really my experience. But I guess you'll see. I'll bring a new pinnacle boss. Nope. Although, maybe yes. You know, it's kind of like build your own pinnacle boss with the essences. The free dragon head will make anything proc. Wait, how so? The free dragon mask just like moves everything around. It doesn't really help you. Yeah, it's like this instead of that, and this instead of that. So it doesn't really help you with anything. Besides, okay, if you are doing if your build is like fire and cold, for example, or like fire and lightning, yeah, fire and lightning would like this would open up fire and lightning instead of cold and lightning. It can do fire and lightning because you're gonna get shock from the fire and freeze from the lightning. But then you wear this fucking helm. You're already screwed. If you have to wear this helm, you're already screwed anyway. What is this helm, man? It has nothing, man. Yeah, cool. 20 auras, maybe. And other than that, it has literally nothing. So... But yeah, it would enable your build if it's fire plus lightning. But it's like such a huge downside just equipping this helm, because it's just shit, right? Painter's Servant. Yeah, that's okay, that's the thing you can do. Painter's Servant allows you to do like a split 33% everywhere. This is actually... They actually buffed this thing, right? This is not a bad one. It's like a juicy amount of extra damage. And solves this problem. So I guess if you're playing like a pure fire build, or like pure anything really, then you can automatically make this work. Actually, can you? Yeah, it's actually okay. I guess it's a pretty natural synergy for the Coming Calamity. Because Coming Calamity sets all the rest to 0, it has like all the 3 elements, this has all the 3 elements, so I guess there's like a nice combo here. Free Dragon makes explosive shot and shock burst rounds very strong. Okay, explosive shot means fire shocks, I can understand that. But shock burst rounds? Lightning to freeze? So you want to freeze instead of shock? Why would you do that? I guess just for the shatter. But when you have galvanizing shards, you already have like pretty insane clear, I guess. Ah, so you were using both explosive shot and then shock burst round. So you were switching between bow and crossbow. It's like one build. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Sounds nice. Yeah, for a build like this, where you're forced to use fire damage because, certain builds do that, then 3 Dragon Mass is good. I think for anything that is not a fire-based build, 3 Dragons is just awful. And even on a fire build, it's kind of like, oof. You give up your entire helm. And they're introducing a pretty big helm in this patch. I guess it's not here yet, right? Yeah. That explosive shot is crossbow skill. I thought it's a bow. Wait. I think I'm thinking about gas arrow that it didn't pop. Sorry. Explosive shot is a crossbow skill, you're right. My bad. You freeze a mob in a pack, will you also shock him or the next mob? That depends. Like if you hit an enemy with cold damage, it will get frozen at some point. If you hit an enemy with lightning damage, it will get shocked at some point. Basically. So it depends on the damage you deal. With overwhelming presence, you should proc Herald easily. Yeah, overwhelming presence is actually not bad. You can definitely include that. Especially since you're gonna have like a lot of like free spirit, right? 24% reduced aim and threshold. It's nice. Actually 30%. That's a lot of reduction. Overwhelming presence is something I've also been using on my mercenary, like my first build actually. It was kinda good. I haven't played RuneScape though. You also use pulse against a flat cold on lightning build of Calamity instead of the glove. Yeah, there's like various ways to build it, I guess. Either way, are we done here? Kind of. Body armor grants armor and also applies chaos damage from hits. Kind of whatever. What is the best normal body armor you would equip here, by the way? What is the best base you would want to wear? Now, realistically, you can kind of play anything, right? There's like nothing like weapon specific or whatever, but you are a warrior. So you start on like the melee side of the tree, or maybe you can path over to like projectile stuff. Yeah, realistically, I'll probably play this with mace anyway, because it's warrior. There's just like a lot of synergies like with the starting area. So assuming you play a mace build, you have a lot of strength. So if I probably go here, I guess there's like the expert steel plate. 2.5% life regen. I really like that. I used that for a while on my mercenary. That was really comfy. For anything that doesn't like outright one-shot you, it's just like better than, for example, expert rogue armor. This is 80 life, which is like maybe something like 2% or so increased. So basically, if you don't get one shot and survive for like 1 second, you only get more out of the steel plate. Out of the forge grants a skill, so it's probably a meta gem you socket fire spells into. Yeah, that's exactly what it's gonna be. It's gonna be like just like, cast on ignite and whatever. Abula, yeah, basically. What other chests can we use here? Is there like some other cool body armor that you would care about? Increased elemental ailment thresholds. Reduce slowing potency of debuffs on you, man. Holy. Whatever, okay. Faster start of energy shield recharge, mana regen. Bunch of res. Didn't realize there's actually 3 different variants of this. To maximum res. 30 spirit. It's also not terrible if you really need it. There's also this here. 5% movement speed. I know in PoE 1, the Assassin's Garb not only gives you 3% movement speed, but it also removes the movement penalty. Is it the same for this one? Does anyone know that? I wonder if I have one lying around. Called expert scalpers. I have some actually. 86 stacks. Can I make this happen? I'm gonna try this real quick. Some spicy body armor corruptions could do a normal item. True, actually. You can kind of just like corrupt them until you get really good stuff. Actually, I have no idea what exists. We should check that. Totally forgot about that. But at the very least, you can go to third socket easily. But maybe something else. I just want to see this first. Actually, maybe you can go to softcore. And like use like my ranger, for example. Isn't the item can get double corruption? This is an essence though, which means the item is not rare anymore. It's not normal anymore. Ah, well, perfect, we have this chest actually equipped. Okay, so here we have this base. I hope it doesn't break everything when I take it off. That'll be a bummer. Movement 54. Yikes. Everything broke. We need the int. The thing is, I don't have that much stuff in here.
Shocking.
Yeah, 54 movements. 52. Wait. 54.0. 54.2. So it has a 4.8 penalty and gives me 5%. Okay, so that's basically no upside besides a bit more movement speed. Unlucky. Another thing I should test though is how much is like a steel plate in movement penalty. I mean, basically just means like you have no movement penalty, which is not bad. But you also need, what do you need? 86 stacks, 86 in there. I mean, that's not happening. So it just needs way too much anyway. You can't really do this. Golden mantle. Yeah, so it's basically steel. And then enchant, let's see. That's 40 life. 5% additional physical damage reduction, that's kind of juicy. One all rest is okay. 20% damage taken or recouped as life. Yeah, if you have the life regen node, it's kind of whatever. Even like that is kind of whatever. Bounce damage, armor. Yeah, but I mean, 5% fizz damage reduction is insane, actually. So you can just take these steel plates and just throw wall-ups on them until I get this. That's nice. We have like a steel plate. Yeah. What is this? 26.1. So a Cloak of Flame, for example, is a 3.9 penalty. And this thing, oh my god. .5% movement penalty. Okay. Well, that is what it is, I guess. The Wind and Earth Heralds. Yeah, there's a lot of like random shit they put here. Body armor grants 100% increased stun threshold. I feel like if you're on that side of the tree, you don't really care about getting stun threshold. It's so easy to build stun threshold. First of all, we're usually gonna have like a life-based build, so you have a lot of stun threshold anyway. And then there's like, you know, worst case a bunch of nerds you can pick up or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of whatever. Unaffected by ignite. Maybe if we like do some kind of weird like self-ignite build where you constantly take damage or some shit. Maybe for like RF, if that actually ignites you at some point, if they introduce that. That could be nice. So maybe just be like DRF Ascendancy. Yeah, there's like all the free resistances. Life regen, body armor grants sweats and reduced critical bonus. Monsters only have 60% bonus, right? So 50% reduced, they basically do no extra damage on a crit. Also, they should, however, remove movement penalty on chests. I mean, I would like hope that they would actually put it on the tooltip. I don't see why it's hidden. I think there should just be like an extra line that says, okay, that's the movement penalty for this item, because right now, you know, like I do like this weird guesswork, and it kind of sucks. You know, like there should just be a line here that says there's a movement penalty, and I think that would be fine. Like, I don't mind that the system exists. It kind of like, you know, adds a nice touch of flavor. You know, and it kind of like, you know, makes the game make more sense. So I don't mind that. If they want to give us more movement speed, they can, in other ways. So they don't have to like, you know, remove that penalty just to like buff us or something. They can just buff us in other ways and keep, you know, the cool part about the flavor. Let's just release all the changes and no patch notes. That'd be hilarious. You mentioned that. Like, hey guys, here's a patch, enjoy. Good luck. That'd be hilarious. That'd be really fun. Kind of shame that Huntress' Barrage and Sniper's Mark in their skill list feels like a cop-out, basically -2 skills. Well, the question is it less skills than other classes though? I mean, they have 22 in the panel, right? Yeah. This is 22. 8, 11, 15, 18, 22. And 2 of them overlap with bows. So it's 20 skills. Now let's see. Elemental. 4, 7, 11, 14, 18, 21, 25. But I mean, Elemental is like very broad, so I think it's fine for this to have like more. What about Mace? 3, 7... Okay, it's counter coming soon as well. So this is like 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. Okay. This is probably not complete. 7, actually 12, 15, 18, 22, 25. Okay, you're actually right. It's a bit sus. That's also... This shows like the same empty coming soon, so... what about this? 4, 7, 15, 18, 21, 24. There's the 2 overlapping. So even without the overlapping, it's 22. I mean, maybe I'm gonna just like add a bunch more stuff later, you know, maybe gonna make like 2, 3, 4 more Huntress skills or so. Might be an early build screenshot. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, you see this here, right? There's 2 and there's 2. So that alone, like, there's no row that has only 2 skills, I think, on any of the skills, right? Like, right now, yes, it says coming soon. And here also, coming soon, coming soon. So I think they're gonna put minimum 3 everywhere. And we don't see that here, actually. So there's gonna be another one. Here's gonna be another one. So it's gonna make it at least 22. And then maybe gonna add one more or something, so who knows. Either way, you know, I'm not really worried. It's gonna be fine. Deadeye Nation. Dude, I really wanna play some Snipe again, man. Snipe was really fun. Metaverse stand-ins, you mean those? I feel like it makes sense to have Barrage and Sniper's Mark in both tabs. It's kind of like, you know, it's supposed to work for both, you know, they have like similar mechanics, and it feels fine, you know. I could imagine that they're gonna put Unleash. Okay, Unleash is support, I guess, that's not a skill, right? But maybe there's like similar mechanics on like, you know, something like Elemental and Primal, you know. Like Primal is also gonna introduce like, I guess, some actual spells, right? Like it's gonna be like the Volcano and Twister and whatnot. That's not just like, you know, shapeshifting. So there will be some overlap with Elemental here, and there might be like some stuff like that. Maybe they're gonna put the curses there, for example, as well. Or something like that. Right? Look at this here, and there's like, you know, those 3 curses. Maybe, I don't know. Did I start the Firestalk or was there a rip? I will play the Firestalk a little bit more this week. I mean, she's only level 87, so I didn't really like fully level her and finish it and stuff, but I might just like go start blasting because realistically I'm not gonna go back to this character. So she can just die, I guess. She's not dead yet. So I'm probably gonna like, YOLO the Ascendancy. And then I'm gonna do, I guess, some YOLO Arbiter or something and see what happens. Think shapeshifting will be possible outside of the route? It should be, why not? I'm not gonna like log in and play now, I think. Also, for some reason it doesn't have even WSD movement right now. Input. So like there's... I would actually save my preferences and stuff with my skills. More excited from Druid and Huntress. Oh shit. I did not actually save my, like, all my preferences and stuff. Actually, maybe I can find them still. I got reinstalled everything lately. Maybe it's not too bad. Use temp bound skill 1. What is the temp bound skill 1? And is it like the mines and some mini stuff maybe or something? Dear.
I can't do that yet.
Damn. Skills panel. That's fine. Oh, Hazy, thanks for Prime. What else do you have? Events? No. Inventory. Save. Persuade is fine. This is fine. How do you open the other stream? Control U, dude. Lake interface. Do this. And just achievements, yeah, kind of whatever. Take screenshots, zoom in. Into the encounter. Let's get a pen, get a portal. Let's do that. Okay, I think that's basically it anyway. Not bad. Ah, looks so pretty, man. Like the visuals are like 10 out of 10 in this build. I wonder if we're gonna get the skill info for all of these. Actually, I kind of like the background. Maybe gonna put it on again. I think Rapid Assault is like the melee, like stabby stuff that looked like it was doing a lot of damage in the previews, at least. So this might be something to like look at. And then like Barrage and like throw the multiple spears could be kind of interesting. I wonder if that, for example, works when you have infusions. How does this work with infusions? Finds a weapon infusion, projectile attacks that are weapon consume infusions to infuse the first projectile fired. So I guess it doesn't work with it. Tame Beast. Bloodhound's Mark. I'm not good that it's gonna be. And 7 the trail looked at Viper's Poison Throw. Yeah, this is kind of cool. There's also like some frenzy charge interaction with this. But it seems like that's the case for most of these skills. So I think like some stuff that definitely looks kind of promising right now is like this Whirling Slash and plus Twister combo. Then Infusion Shenanigans as a Amazon? Rapid Assault? Spear of Tsunami is just like to burn the bosses. Whirlwind Lance to kind of combine this with the Whirling Slash at range. So yeah, at least this is kind of like, it's like mostly physical stuff. But yeah, who knows, maybe we're gonna do some other stuff. I'm gonna be experimenting with a lot of stuff. I guess I might like skip all of the like bleeding shenanigans for now. But everything else I'm definitely excited to try out. We'll see how it goes. The entire screen is a Solaris beam. Hey, Wonkas. Yo guys, should I actually log into Ori a little bit? Now that I think about it. Can actually play a video game a little bit. Before I go back to like some last Epoch prep and PoE 2 prep, I guess, in the next days. That would be not a bad idea. Maybe get it done, it was a pledge goal. Well, I mean, to be honest, the goal was just to like stream it once, so I kind of just like adding extra. But yeah. Playing games in March, man, holy. You're rooting for a fleet to be good? Yeah, I don't really believe in it, but apparently there's like some kind of like Bleed Herald, maybe that's gonna be like a big game changer. Play video game. I think you're gonna play a video game, guys. Let me see if I have my controller though. Here? In the other room. Give me a second, guys. Can't play my fucking controller, guys. Easily change some stuff here. No, I don't know where I put my control on. Dude, I literally cannot even. It's insane. Same. So that's running. But we don't have it installed. Let's go. Yes. Where did I put it? Nini took it the other day, and then I think she brought it back, but it's not here. Maybe it's in her room. You guys come to help us. I need to change like my Steam category and so on, so give me one sec.
Yeah.
That's.
Okay, wanna take this one?
I guess so. So in case you don't know this game, it's very fun. It's like a platformer. It's called Metroidvania actually in this genre. I've had a sub goal to play Ori and the Blind Forest, which was a viewer voted game that I played like a few times now the other day before I went on vacation. And I think we're gonna finish it now, or maybe a bit closer at least.
Yeah.
Apparently we have 47% completion. So that's that.
47.
You. Don't really care about them.
It's right here on the window.
Okay. We found the controller, guys.
It's still
What?
But I see it was just at the window.
Okay, guys. Thank you, Nini.
Yeah.
It's always the way to find something. Yeah, so I have like a curtain here. There's like some really weird corner with a window, and there's a curtain here. And apparently it was on like the window bench. For some reason. Okay. And it was plugged, which is kind of funny. So I think at that point I should probably notice. Okay, so how do I play this video game? Okay. How to do this? Do I have points? Wait, you have 4 points. Holy. So what do you get? Energy markers and sense. I'll take this. And we still have 2 points. Do we care about sense? Not that much, I think. Oh shit, I wanted to do a triple jump actually. Okay, we need 3 ability points to do a triple jump. Should have probably done it first, but okay. How do we do the map? Why does the map not work? Oops. I'm sure why the map is not working. Where am I? It's this button now. Yeah, I'm a bit confused. How do I zoom? I think I restart the game or something. Something is a bit fucked up. Like this LT and RT is not working for zooming right now, for example. Okay, let me try this again. Yeah, I didn't come to. Yeah, usually when I search my stash, I find it eventually, you know. Fork, let's go. Hopefully it works. For some reason the keyboard seems different. Okay, seriously, what? Why is it a different controller scheme? I just realized. Like, I have to do this to zoom right now, which I just figured out. And previously it was like this. And also my select button here does no longer actually open the map or close the map. It's now this button. Like, what the fuck? And my dash is also gone. How do I do the dash? No idea how to do the dash now. What? Like, it just changed. It literally says that this is a dash. And this is the map. This is not what's happening. What the fuck? What happened? It's probably because of Windows 11. I have Windows 11 now and not Windows 10. It changed my controller scheme. Like what? Can I change this? No, right? That's insane. I can't change any of these keybinds, right? They're all fixed. How do I go back? Oh my god. For some reason it opens Google Chrome when I press like this middle home button. How does that make sense? Why Chrome of all things? Okay, I don't know how to do dash now. Yeah, I can't do everything but dash. I don't have the dash button anymore. Steam can have different control profiles. Oh, can we do it in Steam? Okay, how do I do this? Here? Properties? Controller. Ah. Okay, so maybe this... Okay, let's see. Thank you. Maybe this fixes it. Now the question is, what do I have? It's this generic controller. I have no idea what I had. I guess people told me it was a PlayStation controller, right? This one? Yeah, how did I change it? Steam input, changing requires starting the game, use default settings. How did I change it? For game override. Triangle at the top is PlayStation. I don't know how I can change this. And now? I guess I'm gonna start the game and see what happens. Maybe I can change it now in game or something. This looks exactly what it was before. So let's just see if it works. I have 8 out of 12 life points, by the way. That's kinda nuts. Oh! Wait, it works! Okay. My dash is back. And my map is what it should be. Okay, so we got the control again. Alright. Let's just see. Well, how did it do the throw? Oh. Fuck. What the hell is this? I've never seen this ability. What does it do? Field. Yeah, I think we're kind of like back in. I have no idea where I need to go though, so let's see this a little bit. So is this an ability? This is an ability thing, right? Why? So we are pretty close to that. We have to go to the right and then down, stomp this, and then somehow get through that. And there's 2 ability points, which could be kind of big. And then a spirit well. So let's do this, I guess, over here. What the hell? Okay, I need to... Wait, how do I get through this? Maybe with this. Oops. Can't. I can use the projectile. I need to do something to open this. I don't wonder what would it be. Oh my god. Yikes. Dude, I'm so bad. Hey, they got like plus 50 points from something. Oh, I can actually just stop over there and start dashing. And the fucking birds just arrive here anyway. Do I just have to like destroy these guys maybe? I just realized. Wait, maybe the door opens if I destroy everything. Oops. God. It's actually really, really difficult to get back into this game after, you know, playing it for a bunch and then kind of like far progress, so stuff is kind of tough. So I guess you have to do the, which button was that? Oh, it auto-targets, interesting. Oops. I've run out of energy here. Yeah, it's tough to hit. We did hit him, I think. Yeah. Aha, it worked actually. Hawk. Yeah, this game is super nice, Aaron. Ah shit. Rock. Oh my god. Let's always do a save here real quick. Because this was kinda crappy. But, dude, the frog. I keep pressing the wrong button. Ah, is this like a thing here? Okay. Just go down. Bye, Brock. Oh man. My god, the fucking Brock is still here. Guess I'm safe here. Now what? How do you open this thing? Maybe... Yeah, here's like a lever on the right side, so it's probably like when you turn. Yeah, still keep pressing the wrong button. Oops. We somehow have to go back to the left. What is this actually? Spirit well. I think it's like the save and like all that, right? Save and full restore. Can you dash underwater? No. How the hell do I open the door? Probably somewhere here. Yeah, I should definitely try this. This game is really nice. Ah, here. Smash on light bursts. What light bursts? Oh. Shit.
Whoa.
Oh my god, so close. Dude, what? It went straight through it, man. Are you serious? Okay, it doesn't work. What the fuck? What should I do? How do I get energy again? How can I get back in general, actually? It's this way. No. Reading the instructions. Yeah, it says use bash on light bursts, but I'm not sure what they mean actually. What is the light burst here? This? I have no idea what they mean. So we got like some new energy at least. Ah, the night burst is this one. Okay, I forgot about this. Ah, shit. Yeah, true. We can do this. But why can I not like throw it over? I mean, it looks like I actually hit it, right? Alright, I can just do this. Dude, if that works now... No. I forgot the name, like the light burst thing. So do the same thing here, I guess? Onto the ground, okay. Ow. Like, why does it have like this really weird, like, you know, aiming? I guess it like tries to like smartly aim some stuff. Now what? Wrong button. Huge. Okay. Now we still have to open this other door there somehow. Not sure how. I wonder if we can like actually jump out there. Looks like there is something here. Ouch. Open this. I can just do this, I guess. I wonder if like both open now. Yeah, okay. So that's how you do it. Yeah, I feel like once you have all the abilities, suddenly like a lot of these riddles kind of like don't seem that bad anymore. Oh. This one closed again for some reason. Do we gonna go backwards? Wait, there's a hidden thing as well. There's another hidden thing down there. Wait a minute. Oh. Hey, Hasby. I'm doing great. I need about 61 rounds, man. You have respect for the madman who can finish it in no death mode without a safe exploit. I mean, if you play this game often enough, I guess it's not be that crazy, but... I mean, there's an ability point. I really want an ability point. So the question is, do we have to like jump all the way from the top down, maybe? Oh my god. That's really a bit too far. Can I even go for this? No. Okay, that doesn't seem to put away. How the hell did you get there? What? Like this, yeah. So it's usually like some kind of hidden area and you have to get there. You know, there's like some hidden path. Usually like through like a wall or something. I don't know how to do it. Maybe I need something here to deactivate this, but then what? I mean, there's like thorns everywhere here. I can't really go for anything. We have to do this again. Maybe that changes something. Doesn't appear so. Or I know, I can't figure it out. And I really want that ability point. I actually need like more than half more ability points, so I'll be almost there to get a triple jump. Should be kinda nice. And a hint. Sure. Make a swim. What the fuck? So I need to have like the brief underwater thing? Okay. Wait, let me check that again. That'll be wild actually. I was already in the water. So what did I miss? Like this random game save here. Okay, so let's try this again. Ouch. Holy shit. Okay. Can't dash underwater. Wild, okay. Thank you. That's crazy. But yeah, I guess it can also happen that there's just sometimes no path, and you need to actually like find something completely different. Interesting. I thought it's always like very close. But it doesn't have to be that way, it seems. How do I get back again? I guess I have to go all the way through this again. That's it. Okay, I can't get out of here again. Fucking frog! Right. Ah, this is... we already have this right. We're done here now? Okay, it seems like this entire area is actually done. This seems done. So we can still take this here, maybe, I'm not sure. And on our way back. There's also still this. We can open this door, get this thing. There's also this part here. Where the hell am I? Oh my god. Can I like warp somewhere? I guess from here we can warp, right? Actually. So I can go from there to here. And out the way there, and then we get a life and this. Yeah, I actually never used the warp. So you can go here, I guess. On the other hand, we're not that far now, I guess. You can just climb up the way. You can actually go through this up and then left, take this thing. There's also an ability point there that we should check out. There's also an ability point there. There's actually a bunch of stuff here at the start. We should like just grab all that, I think, over here. We could have actually beat here. F. But okay. God. Oh. Let's do this. That's pretty convenient actually. I haven't done this actually. Okay, save. From this guy. Oh, he's like some liver or so we have to find. Guess this. What is this like swirling? Oh, we got a triple jump now. Pork. How do we do this? We climb up here and get this ability point. Kind of funny how we like right at the start, it's like the starting area here. It's like the very first thing. Oh shit. Okay. Making frogs. Do we do a starting area? I guess I can check this out as well from the left side. I wonder if we can go there from the left side. First of all, let's get a triple jump finally. Fork. That's nuts. Okay. So we don't actually have to open the door anymore here, right? Do we care? Maybe. Just for completion's sake. We have this. I wonder if we can actually go here from the bottom side. Big frog. Probably not, though. We probably have to do a stomp here, right? No, it doesn't work. So, we go to the left side, pick this thing, pick this thing. There's an energy cell as well, which also refills, right? Okay then. Dude, this turbo jump is nuts. I think speedruns in this game must look very funny. I wonder what's like the fastest time you can do. They know like literally everything, the entire route, one shot everything, never get hit, easy clap. Like a no hit speedrun must be really cool. Don't have many energy cores. Okay, that was close. Huge. Okay. Now let's go down, left, get the energy thing there. We also have to save at some point. Any percent glitchless speedrun is 3754. Damn. That seems very fast. Which side do we go? I really need some energy. Okay. So now we're here apparently. And there's a door. I wonder what is behind this door actually, because it doesn't look like there is anything. Oh shit. Okay. Can I like... Oh, we can do this. That's actually very interesting. Can I just like let him carry me all the way? Let's see. Come here. I wonder if it has like a maximum aggro range. But this could also be interesting. Ouch. Ouch! I think he just has a maximum range and then goes back. Ooh. Wait, this looks like it's like permanently shooting. What if I can try something here? Ah, that seems... He also went into a laser. How do we do this? Ah, we probably have to open this here, so that we get the thing to remove the laser. So we need like energy now. Fuck. That. Okay, somehow I hit the lantern. Oh my god. F. Didn't realize I just froze it. Now I'm kinda fucked. I don't have anything. Actually, we can die and try again. We have 3 throws. Go back and think more, you say? Oh shit. I need to hit all 3 throws to get there. God. Sounds good stuff. Yeah, I might do that actually. Seems like something opens here from this on the right or so. What the? Fucked. Can I aggro this guy? No! Do I have to catch him mid-air? Okay, I guess. That's gonna fucked up. What door above is opening here? Sucks because I don't have enough energy, man. Somehow we got a bit of energy. Let's try this, yeah, so we can just restart. Oh! Yeah, really. We still need to get some energy. Oops. Oh, here's energy. Should I fucking die here? Oh wait, there's a rock. Wait a minute. We got this thing right. Okay. I don't know what the door is for them. The tanky fucking frog, man. Good luck, bro. Oh. Okay, let's push this. So I wonder what's behind the door then. And as you said, it's huge. Also, how do I get up to the door? I guess I just do this again. Oh, it's just a shortcut, basically. Okay, and now... Go somewhere on the left here. Like, well, you can do something like this, I guess. Maybe I have to destroy something. I remember this place, actually. It goes into the wood. So I can't do much there. Actually... Yeah. Maybe it tells me now? Wait, what? Wait, it just shows everything. What? Dude. What? I didn't expect that. I thought it's like for these kind of things, yeah. It shows me... What the fuck? Okay. You know, how do I get in there? Yo, Alex, thank you. Very far. I don't think I have to go that far, do I? Need to boost yourself up in the air. Wait, I have like all skills in the game, no? I don't think anything's missing. So we can continue to the left here now. Dude, this is like kind of eerie with like the map pack. Everything is fucking lit up here. I don't know how to get there. What did it do? Where's the dart? Events. Ah shit, okay. Locked. Okay, there's actually some more abilities, you're right. It's like a parachute. Okay, I didn't realize. So there's like some giga jump or something? Ah, here, light burst, dash, spirit flying, wall jump. Okay. I thought I have everything. Okay. Not sure what that is. Maybe it's gonna continue now instead of like going back and forth all the time here. I mean, it's actually a dead end though. So you could try to do this here. There's like an energy core, an ability. Can you warp? You can grab this one here. There's an ability. But it can't really warp. Actually, we can warp from here. I'm gonna try this real quick before we continue. This won't take long. Yeah, the rest of the wicket is really nice. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't kill her. Maybe you do. I think I've been here and I have no idea how to open it. Let them Kirk. And the rest of it is very good. Okay, random ability point, I guess. Fuck it. Dripping. I guess I go here, grab this, and go left. Clean this area. Teleport animation. Shit. Also, there's like one mech fragment for like forever. Easy clap. Anything else you want to grab here? When we up at it, there's another ability point. And another ability point. So I should be able to grab those now. Also, what the fuck is this? Why is there... What? Life point. Do you really care about the ability points at this point? I don't think I actually really cared that much. Maybe just go. Energy. Why did I not teleport to this one, by the way? Wait, it doesn't show. Wait, what? Oh, maybe I don't have it. This is why I couldn't teleport there. Oops. Gotta go up to this part. Oh my fucking god. Wait, did this thing actually just kill me? Holy shit. I did not even save from this. I didn't expect to die here. How do we do this? It's like some giga jump. There's also energy core here. Now we added. So we have to climb up, I guess. Go on the right. Maybe we should check that out over here. Actually destructible. Oh my god. Oh, he didn't even shoot. There's another door. What? Can't do this. Too far. Not sure what to do. I don't think I can. Okay, look, kill me, man. Really? The hell? These things are crazy. I would definitely like to upgrade my main ability, I guess. I've been here. How does that lead? Something here on the top right, I guess. Oh. Sure, I guess. You're way too early. And what? I mean now? But I was here like a long time ago. Right at the start almost. And here I remember like I couldn't actually progress. Because I couldn't jump over this thing. Bitch. Dude, what? Really splash damage, man. Yeah, now we have this, yeah. Not a big animation or something? Okay, so now we can probably go to the left here and do this area. Turns out it's like a... It's kind of funny. Oh. Oh shit. Okay. So everything is like insta-kill there. What? And I was like in the jump animation and something killed me. Where am I going? It's just safe here. Oh. More. Levels past peak. Okay. I guess this is not here. Very cool area though. Okay. That was glorious. Okay, so what do we do here? Can we move this? Yeah. Oh. Can we try to get over there? Shoot! Holy. Okay. Easy clap. Oh! They're fucking nuking me here. Oh. So we go down there, I guess. Holy. I want to get in there. Insta-kill for that. Kind of what I thought, but... Oops. How far do I have to go? Quite far, actually. Oh, this thing didn't actually insta-kill me. Interesting. Safe zone, okay. Ouch. Holy shit. I don't think I can actually... Okay, it's like these multi-projectiles, you can't do this. Shit. Yeah, how about you do this the old-fashioned way? Ugh. I was trying to bait him. I guess that works. Whew. Okay. Let's get out of here, I guess. We climb all the way back, and then take the teleporter. And then we go here. And we continue, I guess, with the story finally. Catch. My god. That's the real hold up on Twitch, exactly. Oops. We can also spend something here. We have actually pretty much everything, right? So there's this here. Reduces damage inflicted by enemies. Just gonna take that, I guess. Cause why not? Okay, trouble. All hit runs are best runs. Let's heal, save, and we are good to go. We go left, up. Dude, birch. My god, man. Yeah, I don't know how to open that thing there on the bottom. But I guess we'll see. Oh. Get that. There's still this here. Ah, there's a lantern. Look at that. Brock. Kind of funny how the frog dies underwater for no reason. Massage. Ooh. I guess I have to try to do like the stomp. Dash, stomp, maybe? Good. Tough. Maybe it's just a bait. That looks like it. Oh shit. There's so many. No, I still don't know how to get to this ability point there. But okay. I guess we just go up again. Frogs are allergic to water. Yep. In this game they definitely are. Ouch. Dude, the fucking fish came out. What the hell? Go back to the ability point, I'll see the passage now. In here? Wait, it was on the other side? Wait, what did I do though? You wanna go all the way back there? It's not far. Let me see what I changed though. Because of this? What? What? It wasn't like this all this time? I don't think I changed anything about this. Like this all this time, unlucky. We did save this at least. Oh. Yeah, I had the ability to show the hidden path already earlier, no? And the hidden path stuff also, like, for some reason, like, it just shows, like, a ton of stuff on the map. Where the hell am I? Every fucking time, these fuckers. Oh, an ability point down there actually. We'll definitely not forget that. Also something here though. Something here. Aura pass is like what we need for the lava area. Oh. Oh. Birch. Awesome area, okay. I can save anyway. So let's see what the bird does. I guess you have to like do something to like shoo him or something later. Okay. Maybe not then. What the hell? Try this. Which died. Good. Open us. Yeah. The bird is not enough. It's like breakable. Wait, I saw a glow. What the? Really kindly follow the main quest. Okay, so I have to do something else for this, I guess. Ooh. Purple scooter. Okay, huge. Need skill. I know, I know. Did he? Okay, we saved this here. Oh, level up, save me. Easy clap. Oh. Do it again. I spent like 5 minutes trying to break things you can't break yet. Yeah, I keep doing this all the time, but I guess by now I've kind of figured it out, like what is what and so on. Well. Bonk. Okay. The water chase kills me every time so many times. Yeah, the water chase is amazing. Oh, better. Press A, press right to glide freely, or right wind current. Oh. That's a new ability, I guess. Press A. So what is A again? It's this button. And RT. You don't need A actually. Okay. There was also a point there. Oh, something big here. So does it continue here? What is that? Like 500, I guess. Only have to win 45. Sorrow pass. Okay. What's this here? Misty Woods. Kinda wanna check what's down there with the ability point. Okay. I guess I had to go there from the other side and then we open the path. So let's just reset. Wait, I don't really see any wind current though. Still, it seems cool. Oh, there's no map here. Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna have to find our way. Looking at the other side of the locked door, I mean here? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, we'll explore this at some point, I want to see this first, yeah. Can you do this? Oh, you can, that's kind of funny. Visuals look amazing here, I like it. Where I am. Oh. Shit. This guy died. Ah, wait, I can just do this. Oops. Why is it not like a straight line? It's like... What the hell is going on here? Let's see, what? Oh. It looks kind of wild here. what I did, but okay. Barge, flame burn. 2 targets at once. Lengthen waves of light bursts. Okay. Spirit flame. What the hell is spirit flame again? Stomp. Fall rapidly. This is kind of good. Actually, I have almost everything now. 4 targets at once. Yeah, so we can skip like 6 ability points, but we want to get here. This is 2, 2, 2. And I don't think I have Cinder Flame yet. Ah, it's this one. Okay, never mind. What's going on here? It seems like I have to find another path. Holy. Oh my god. And 50% of all secrets, oh my god. Blech. Okay. Kinda fucked up, yeah. But the double attack is kinda cool. Oh. I can like touch it for a moment or something. Stomp on the thorns. Wait, what? Ah, I mean, you don't want me to do it. Yeah, that was like an accident. Sometimes I press the wrong button a little bit. I'm not really used to like, you know, playing with controller, so I do a lot of mistakes. Limp. Go along the surface. Okay. This timed or what? What the fuck? How's it feel about the controller, the keyboard? I mean, I basically only play the controller. And I never play games with controller. And it feels good. Wait, what is this? Oh. Alright. I don't know. What? I don't know how these things work. Like sometimes there's like a wall popping up and sometimes it's not. Like, what? How does it work? It's just timed? I think it's just timed. Odd. It's kind of weird, I don't have the same timer. Maybe it's not timer, maybe it's something else. Maybe like motion activated. I think so, actually. Oh my god. Maybe it's like when I look at them. Get it. It looks pretty. I have no idea how it works. Newfound power. Yeah, I mean, I can climb on them, but I have no idea like when they spawn and whatever. So, no idea, dude. I don't really understand what this like wall climb is supposed to do. It seems like I already do that anyway. Brock. No. Then we jump on a platform, they alternate. Okay. What's going on here? Oh. Oh. Yeah, maybe you can just jump again, right? Where did I go? Oh, we're wrong here. I don't know where I went. This way. I mean, the lasers are instantly there. There's like a small platform on the bottom. Edge. So somehow I managed to jump down here. What? Okay. Up there. Reset. Fucker. What I intended, but okay. Good. Pressing the wrong button. Oh my god. The vote's 94%. Okay. Ugh. What the? Oh. How did he get over there? Yeah, so every time you jump, they change. And if you don't actually jump, they just run, for example, with the dash or something. They don't change. So that's how I went through the lasers. So I understood that. He's fucking sniping me. Oh my god. I don't know how to get to this fucking ability point. There's like something open on the bottom left though. I can actually wait for this guy. Wait a minute. Is there a hidden path? No. I think it's fucking like transparent here. What is this? A little easier to micromanage this when you have no idea how to get to that thing there, but okay. got there earlier. Oh, unlucky. I guess we're gonna try to unlock the map first and then we'll see. Unless the map never comes. Dude, what? What the? We need a frog, man. Watch. Walk back. Fuck is back. How do I grab him? How did I go to attacking frog earlier? Ah! Eat. Yeah, where the hell did... It's like here. What the fuck? Where'd it go? I guess I haven't been here, huh? What the hell? Wait, I'm here again. What? What do I do? Fucking frog! Oh, the level up. Perfect. Okay. Kinda cool. I think it's like... Seems like das like the maximum here. Arch, what? I think we caught this already. Touch. wait, I can shoot with this, with carrying this thing. Oh, that's interesting. Ah, that's the flame that I have to bring back to the vial, I guess. Or to the lantern. Okay. Shoot me, guys. How does my charge attack not do to mobs? Oh, I've actually never tried it. The Forlorn Ruins. Night Misty Woods. Ah, Valley of the Wind, we've already been here. Oh my god. Okay. So it's like kind of at the top of the map here. Not sure how to get there. Seems like we kind of got everything. Wait, was this all of it? It felt like way bigger than all this. Huh. Am I tripping? Maybe his internet to solve a puzzle? Uh-oh. If Sepki says that, then I have no chance. Das ist wirklich das. The fuck? Ah, there's a second one of these. Stone. I've had one of these for a long time. Get out here, holy. Wait, now we're here. Wait, where did we go? How the hell do I go down there? There's no path here. Up here. maybe. I don't think I can, actually. Next ability to open that. Fucking hell, dude. Well, maybe you do go down there, actually. Another one. Easy. This game is really awesome, man. It's really fun. Oh shit, we need to bounce the guy. Oh shit, so to catch him midair. Maybe not. Okay. Oh, wait, another one! Oh my god. This time we definitely have to catch him midair. Oh! Can we dash down there? Should be fine. Memory training. Work? Yes. Ah. It's a small area actually. And then there's something here. And you'll get the next skill. I'm only missing like 1 or 2 skills anyway. But I don't know when that is. Here's one. Oh boy. Small, short. Okay. Let's see. So free ability point, okay. Oh. What the hell is going on? Wait a minute, these guys are fucking invisible. Or what? Do they work like the fucking mushrooms? Seems like I can't go out there. Hello. What's up? Thank you. Ah, wait a minute. I think this guy needs to... Oh my god. I think he needs to restart a wall. Fuck this frog, first of all. Wait, how did it open? Oh, that's like a very nice area. No, it's amazing. This bit of gameplay is my avoid killing a lot of enemies. I mean, I'm like pretty close to the end, I think, and I have basically all of the abilities, and there's not really a specific reason to kill the enemies. They give like a little bit of XP basically, but I have basically everything I need. So, there you go.
Did I save you?
Yeah, you saved me. That was a bit strange. Okay, anyway, I have most of the abilities. Most of the stuff unlocked. I guess you're supposed to like not find every single thing and still have everything unlocked, I guess. Already doesn't kill. That's really nice. What is actually going on here? It didn't hurt. Wait, did it? I'm just gonna collect everything here. I don't really get it. Do something here? Right there. Yeah, so we can like teleport over here. Damn. Yeah, very good game. Mods. What? It's like some heat sources. Grass Stomp. And then 2 more for the Rapid Flame. No, 2 more points and then we just don't really care anymore, anyway. There's actually 8 more points to get here. Ah, this is my death counter, 298. 70%. Wow. So I'm like 3 out of 6 unlocked here. Look at some of the life thingies. And one ability is missing. Yeah, it's fun eating, guys. Fun boss fights. Yeah, that too. I guess this like freezes everything. Hang on. What the fuck? Oh shit. That's how that works. Okay, unlucky. Oh my fucking god, dude. bomb. Wait. From half. Okay. Didn't expect an insta-kill. Stand in fire, guys. Right. Wait, what? I did not expect that, I gotta say. I'll probably do it all in one go. Or what about this? Pretty badass. Thanks for the sub, man. There's a map stone here as well as. Ouch. Okay, so I kind of have an idea what to do now, but not really sure how to finish this. We have to go to the other side. Good. Okay, so there's 2 map fragments. There's also... ah, here's a well. And a life thing. Okay. Oh, okay, so we have to go through this, yeah. Oh. To do this again. I like the music, yeah, it's kinda cool. Oof. Ah, what the fuck? Holy. Ah. Gift. Oh god. Thanks, man. kind of funny how the thing just follows me around. Uh-oh. Maybe you can jump over there? Out. What? Oh. What? Oh, this guy again. Let's walk over this now. God. Dude, what? Oh, nice. Is it like another climb or something? Shit. Okay. The music is back. Oh my god. I guess I have to go to the right there, huh? What? I don't know where to go. Ah, maybe they break something, I have to go down, probably. Yeah, this wasn't too bad actually. Yeah, it's really cool. Like it reminds of the water escape, but it's a bit different. Yeah, the water escape was a bit cooler, I think. Oh. Oh no. Ah. What? Oh, am I? I'm here. Wow. What the fuck? Oh, you can go into the water as well. Dude, I don't get it. I think I've done most of the stuff here. But we miss this part somehow. Wait, how do you even get there? I guess the bird was here or what? And then we landed here. You have to go back and get it if you want. Okay. I climb up, go left, right up. It's much more convenient here to go back, I guess. Just glide. Can't do this, I guess. Unlucky. Very cool. I used it once, sure. Did like one leveling session controller. Dude, fucking bird. It looks like there was like another secret room. I'm just tripping. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. Where are we? Yeah, huge. Come to me. Goodbye. What's that icon? Stone fragment. Oh. Right there. I mean, 1 HP, yeah? like all the way, just saw this little thing there. That's fine. So I had to get this fragment. I wonder if we can like glide up. And then we have to go down. And here we finally get the last skill, turns out. Alright. Much. Oops. Good. I don't think we can break through this, I had to go down here. Oh my god. What? Can't break anything. Unless you can break this door here, maybe. Somehow. How many map fragments? What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is so many. Stuck. Weird how fast the mob respawns, yes. That kind of gave it away. Many different keybinds now, holy. Goodbye. What? Then there. Five. I guess I have to go all the way back now, huh? But how do I open it? Still can't open it. second one. Okay. Thank God. Okay. What? What? What the fuck happened here? Okay, we got it now. I'm not sure what I'm doing here, but okay. Now it works. Fetch. Oh damn it, I have no HP. Get worms now. Ah! My god. What? Tough, man. Oh, this is why I died. There's no wind. Oh. That's one too early. Ja. Besser für Dash, aber der. That took way longer than it should have, I guess. Holy shit. Oh. So that's finally the last ability, huh? Oh shit. Okay. Whoa. Mitch. Wait, what? How did they do this last time? Fuck. Oh, maybe I should do this. Ah, you can combine this. Oh shit. almost there actually. And there's also something hidden here that I missed. Mount Horu. Yeah. Watch this and then I think I'm gonna go bench, guys. That was Slick's song. Yeah, I know people have been waiting for that. Wait. You go down here, teleport, and then this is like the last area or what? It seems so. Okay, maybe we finish it then, guys. How about that? I'm not planning to finish another game before the PoE patch. mean, the game is really nice, but I don't think I have the time. I also still want to actually prep more for LE and so on. Because realistically, I'm not going to do like really any LE prep while the PoE patch is out. You know, maybe like, you know, right before or something. Oh yeah, I forgot we can like charge attack. So try this a bit. Oh. What the fuck? Oh my god. What? Oh, I think it's just like hot ground or something. Okay. Oh my god. Where are we? No, there's just like a bunch of points basically, and that's it. 6%. What? Okay. It's actually an R7, it seems. Okay. Shit. Ah. Drück mal irgendeinen Button every time. Oh. Wow, this is tough. I don't really know. Am I doing this right? Oh shit, wait, what? Yeah, I have all the abilities now. But it doesn't help me here, this is a jump. It doesn't go high enough. Actually, maybe I could try to climb on the side of it. My god, man. This like insta-kills me every time. Maybe you can try it earlier. I can't fly up here. The thing is that the left beam always gets me when I try to grab it. Yeah, we can grab it from the side actually. It works. Yeah, I just did it. Like this. So that's what I have to do. Yeah. Funny, actually, if you don't spec the triple jump, I guess you can't actually do this, right? catch it. I was thinking maybe I can do something from the bottom. Ah, maybe like this. Good. Yeah, like this maybe, okay. Oops. Ah! Ah! So close. How did it just jump so high? Let's get out of it. I'm gonna try the wall jump again a bit. Actually, I could try to jump. Oh, okay. Gonna try the wall jump and then. Okay. Ah. Hold twice. Yeah, but if I put it, no, I already put it once. And now they're here. If I move them back, then they're in their starting position again. Then what is gonna happen? And now they're just coming back. Yeah, what do you mean? This is literally what I just had. I just twisted twice. It's the same. What is different now? Ah, I didn't grab it. It's crazy, man. It's like by far the hardest thing ever in this game. What is going on? This is insane. But basically I'm gonna try to do this and then bam. But I have to be very fast. I'm gonna go here. Now what? Holy fuck. Dory, hello. Thank you for the sub. How are you? Oop. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Energy core somehow. No. What the fuck? Bitch. Like a tiny spot where you can stand. Oh. Holy shit, dude. Maybe it's better on the right. Or maybe it's gonna go straight to the wall, actually. It's easier. I don't know how to get this energy core there. Unless you go up here or something. I think I'm gonna finish this after all, like tomorrow or something. And this last zone will take too long. And there's probably like some kind of boss fight at the end and stuff. The core was behind a big rock I destroyed, but how do I get up there? I mean, almost at the end anyway, I'm not gonna bother with the core anymore. I wanted to go sleep like 4 hours ago, but here we are. It was fun though, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back tomorrow. Oh. Just wait, someone who's there. Not many people. Let's rate SK, how about that? Have a good one, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Then we finish this, and we're gonna do some more like PoE prep and stuff like that.